Yeah! God damn this thing. Ugh. Okay. This fucking piece of shit. Should I be in here? How'd that look? Why don't you do that? Fuck it! We're alive, everybody. Yes. Oh, Jesus. That sunset. That does look pretty nice, really. That like. Okay, fucking, I'll just do it in here. How's everybody doing? I haven't streamed in like, I don't know, over a week or something. I had kind of a rough week. I don't really want to talk about it. I had to quit smoking weed, so. All right, what do we want to talk about? We want to talk about. I'm normally just chugging weed on this fucking thing, so. Oh, I got a long comment from somebody. Maybe I'll start with this. This person left like a long. Oh, shit. Let me see if I can pull it up because it's like really in depth. So I thought maybe I would address this. I don't know if this is really the first. Well, let's see. Okay, so all right, on YouTube. This happened on YouTube. All right, let's just read this. This is from Anytown, Texas, TX 9382. What makes you different? And I suppose in my last, and this is long. I mean, look how long this is. Is this AI? Like the fucking human being took all this time to write this? That's crazy to me. I mean, that's beautiful. Thank you, Anytown, Texas, for writing this. If indeed you are a real person. Uh, if you're a fan. What makes you different from the white people, parenthesis, and the non-white people who have gentrified those neighborhoods? Seriously, I would like to know. You say you're quote unquote poor and weren't privileged, but I've seen a few of your vids. I know what a struggle looks like, and you don't seem to be struggling to me. The people who once lived in the neighborhoods you've mentioned before, they were pushed out, couldn't afford to live the life that you do or did when you were with Ashley. So somehow they know about Ashley. That's kind of weird. I guess, if you watch my channel, there's no way you would not know about Ashley. You did when you were with Ashley, okay? In fact, they can't afford to live in those neighborhoods at all. But you can. Tell me, have you made friends with any of the black and brown people who are still living in the neighborhood? Or do you walk around in your own world like the other gentrifiers, not even acknowledging them? Again, I've seen a few of your vids. I don't believe I've seen one black or brown person that you're friends with in any of them. What's ironic is that you titled this video All or Nothing, but you spent almost 4 hours talking about out of both sides of your mouth. What is happening, parentheses, and has happened to people living in these neighborhoods is cruel and cold. I agree. That was my whole fucking point in talking about it. Elderly people who have called Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights home for decades are getting their homes stolen from them through deed theft so that people like you can move into them. I don't know if you're actually clueless or pretending to be, parentheses, I honestly believe it's the latter. What I do know is you can't be someone who tries to please everyone, parentheses, what someone who talks out of both sides of their mouth tries to do. It's deceiving. You're either for gentrification or against it. I don't really agree with that. And if you're genuinely against it, then you need to listen to those people telling you to go back to Ohio because I'm sure you can. Unlike the people being pushed out of the only neighborhoods they've known their entire lives, they have nowhere to go back to. Okay, so thank you, Texas fucking guy, for your comment. Um, I mean, part of my frustration is I can't afford to live in these neighborhoods. That's something that I don't really talk about, but like I don't live here. I'm crashing here because a friend of mine owns this apartment and she was nice enough to let me crash here while it is vacant. So part of the reason why I am on here complaining or talking out of both sides of my mouth uh is I can't afford it. That's the whole fucking point. If you watch my fucking video at all and you have any goddamn brain, you should be able to tell that. Like, I'm clearly against gentrification. And I know that I look like, you know, Mr. Rich White Guy, but part of my whole fucking diatribe is that the city is not boring because it's full of rich people. And all I'm doing in these streams where I'm talking about gentrification is complaining about, like, I was just at the park, right? There's a park right down the street, and there's a liquor store by the park where, like, I guess people get shot and stuff. There's always like a bunch of people out front having a party because it's a liquor store. So they just go in the liquor store, they buy liquor, and they just drink it out front. So it's like there's always like people on the sidewalk. That's the people who live in the neighborhood. Okay, it's their neighborhood. They're black. They're brown, if you want to call it that. Then you go to the park and it's all these fucking white trans fucking art school kids and this kind of thing. And they're the ones who live in apartments like this. They're the ones who can afford to pay 3,000 goddamn dollars a month for a fucking new build. I cannot. My parents do not give me any fucking money. They don't buy me a fucking apartment. Okay? I know I'm a white person and I have white privilege. Isn't it so fucking great? But like, I am not. I am not like a rich person. And I agree with everything you're saying about pushing people out of this neighborhood is bad. That's the whole fucking point of the stream. You fairy. You fucking cunt. Let me buy you a pack of gum, show you to chew it. So, I mean, if you're a fan of my stream and you've been watching for years, I have literally been complaining about this for like a decade about how Brooklyn, in particular, at least the choice parts of it, is filled and is being filled up with a bunch of fucking woke assholes who are rich. They all went to fucking Bard and shit. And their parents pay, and Europeans buy fucking brownstones and Bed-Stuy. Go to Herbert von King Park and tell me, it's like, I don't live there. I never have. Okay? I never lived in fucking Bushwick, really. I never lived in fucking Williamsburg. I never lived in the East Village. I never lived in the fucking West Village. I lived on the Upper West Side with Ashley because I had no choice. I am fucking broke as hell. I have absolutely no money. And I got kicked out of the place I was living in Midwood, Brooklyn. Basically, I rely on the kindness of strangers. Let's just say that. That's how it's been basically since I left that apartment I sublet in Chelsea. And I'm not proud of it. I'd love to be able to. That's the whole point of my diatribe, is that like I would love to be able to afford a fucking apartment, but you can't because a bunch of people whose parents are criminals fucking own everything. And they're the people that are ruining this fucking neighborhood. I'm just an embedded reporter. And like, yeah, I guess I could go back to Ohio, and not be like a transplant gentrifier. I have been literally fucking talking about this for a decade about how gentrification is like making it untenable for anybody to fucking survive, and certainly interesting people. New York is not full of people who are pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. There's very few people here other than the people who are natives. Like today I went to this park. I'd never been there before. I think it's called Highland Park, and it's right, it's probably a 15-20 minute walk from here. And it's almost entirely black and brown people in the park because It's way the fuck out in, it's not Manhattan, it's not Williamsburg, it's not fucking Fort Greene. It's in some part of Brooklyn, Queens that the white people haven't stolen yet. They don't, like these fucking gentrifier kids. They're like spoiled brats who like if there's a cool toy, they want it. It's like, oh, Ridgewood is cool now. Well, we want that. We want to go there. We want to go to Nowadays. We want to go to, we want to go to TVI. I'm queer. I'm trans. My parents don't understand me. They're rich. They pay for everything. Uh, and when they get bored of it, they'll get rid of it. It'll just be like, okay, we don't want to live there anymore. Look at what happened during the pandemic. As soon as the fucking pandemic happened, all of the people who could leave did. So I'm sorry if I'm not in a very good mood. I've had really not a great week at all. So uh I want to get on and do this because I lost another follower and I stopped smoking weed. So I'm also just like, this is the normal me. I'm just a cranky misanthropic person. So I guess when I first moved here, I lived in Park Slope from 2011 to 2018. That was basically the only place and the last time that I could personally afford like my own stable kind of living situation. And even then I just had this freak deal where I had this tiny little room. So one of the things that makes me different than the other gentrifiers is I am poor as fuck. Okay. I know it looks, I have to lie and cheat and steal to live this way. Okay. I'm basically homeless and I have been basically for like 10 fucking years. All of my life has been like couch surfing, basically since like 2018, from one place to another. And yeah, I know I'm in New York and I know I'm in like nice neighborhoods and shit. I'm very lucky. I'm like the kid on Gossip Girl that's like a scholarship kid. I'm like Max Fisher, you know? It's Rushmore Academy, it's a prep school. Max Fisher is on a scholarship. He's poor. His dad is a fucking barber. He lies about it. He says his dad is a brain surgeon. It's like, now I could get a job, I guess. I could get like a salary job, maybe. Is it too late? Apparently, there aren't any of those anymore. And so have I made friends with any of the black and brown people who are still living in the neighborhood? I've only been here 2 months. Okay, there is. I mean, my neighbor. I said hello to him. We kind of had a nice. If I was going to live here longer, I probably would do that. But like, and I understand what you're saying. Like, I appreciate that. Like, it is gross that there is like this weird partition between the gentrifier transplants and like the black and brown people whose neighborhood this is. Like I said, I don't really live here, more or less. I certainly couldn't afford it, you know? So that is something different. I am here by the grace of my friend. And thank God for her for allowing me to stay here. Because otherwise, I'd be fucking sleeping under an overpass or something, probably. And, okay, have I made friends with any of the black or brown people in my neighborhood? I mean, I would say that that is one of the weird, contentious, touchy aspects of this whole situation is like, uh, the people who are the transplant gentrifiers are not making friends with the people whose neighborhood this is. And in fact, they stick out like a sore fucking thumb. It's like there's a bunch of Hispanic people like barbecuing, and then like a guy in a dress walks by. Like, I don't have anything against that, but like when you couple that with like this oblivious kind of arrogant colonization, frankly, like those are the people who live in this neighborhood. If you go to fucking Happy Fun Hideaway or whatever, that's what you're gonna find. Those are the fucking transplant gentrifiers. Like, there are very, very few people like me left where it's just like kind of indie blue collar underclass people. Like there are some, they move here, they're bartenders, they're waiters. I usually get along better with those people. Today, okay, so I went to Highland Park, right? And there's all these Hispanic people grilling. And I'm like, I fit in with these people more. When I worked in restaurants, I always liked the Hispanic people, their work ethic, they have a sense of fucking humor. They're not pretentious at all. They are not like fucking gonna rail you about their fucking pronouns and shit. They're salt of the earth people. They're beautiful fucking people. And they're working class people. That's why they're that way. A bunch of rich, entitled pricks are not like that. A bunch of white fucking uh and so yeah, I know that I look like one of them. I look like a white fucking devil. And this is something that I do think about a lot, these fucking bookstores and poetry. Poets are kind of like the first gentrifiers. They're like the seed. If you look at what happened in the East Village, for instance, bunch of poets moved in the 50s, 60s, 70s and were interesting, creative community. People like fucking Patti Smith and Richard Hell and all of these fucking bands at CBGBs like David Byrne. Those people were fucking gentrifiers. Those people were people that like the East Village was a ghetto full of Puerto Rican people and old Jewish people and shit from Ukraine. And then fucking, because of punk rock and fucking downtown and all this boomer legacy media hype, the East Village blew up and now it's impossible. It's like a fucking NYU dorm meets like, a bunch of finance assholes from Florida. Really fucking rich people. People like Kushner. And I'm sick of hearing, like everybody, there's always some dickhead in the comments who's like, don't blame the transplants. They're just, the problem is they're not building enough housing. Bullshit. These people need to take fucking responsibility. And like, I get it. Like, I am not taking responsibility. This whole thing is sort of like a diatribe about how I'm not one of them. But these bookstores. Look at Bed Stuy, all these fucking dear friend books. It's like a fucking wine bar. And like they act like they're like these political militants and shit, like they're fucking Black Panthers or something. It's like you people are ruining this neighborhood. You are the ones who are causing the rent to go up to 3,000 fucking dollars a month. And you don't, wash your hands. I would say that's one thing that makes me different than them is I do not pay the amount that they pay. Even when I lived in Park Slope by myself and was self-sustaining, the most I ever paid in rent was $500 a month. That's what I can afford. That is different. You know, if my fucking mommy and daddy were finance criminals and fucking venture capitalists or something, I'd probably be living in a fucking condos in Williamsburg or something. But I don't ask my parents for help, and they probably couldn't help me very. I know my dad couldn't help me. He's got less money than I do. Maybe my mom could help me, but like not really. That's just not the way it works in our family. Like you got to earn your own fucking living. And so The reason why I'm here is because I want to be in the game as an artist and I want to have an effect on fucking society. Not that I do, but like the idea being like I'm in New York. If I make enough waves, ideally it will fucking, and it's really goddamn frustrating because people were not talking about this 10 years ago. People were not talking about gentrification. They were not talking about transplants or cost of living. In 2017, 18, 19, people were talking about fucking pronouns and how white people are bad and white men are the devil and shit like this. And meanwhile, look at what happened to our entire fucking society since then. And now people are fucking, if you go back and look at my shit, 2016, 2017, I'm saying shit that people are saying now. Everything that people are saying now, I was saying 10 fucking years ago. Like always. That's how it always fucking is. It's really goddamn frustrating because nobody knows what you're talking about. You're always out of sync with everybody else. You say something and people just look at you like, who the fuck is this guy? And then 10 fucking years later, they're all saying what you were saying. It drives me fucking nuts. And the idea that like I'm not friends with black or brown people is absolutely insane. Ashley is fucking brown. Like, not to use her as an example, but like you know who she is. She's in the fucking comment. Ashley is not a white person. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm probably I'm the least racist person you have ever seen. No, I wouldn't say that, but like racially, I'm pretty cool. I was playing frisbee golf in Highland Park. There's this frisbee golf course, and I met this guy. I don't know, we just started talking. This guy Lucas from Poland. He's from Poland. He grew up in Tampa and then he moved back to Poland. So he lives in Poland. He's a flight attendant, so he flies all over the place. And he was saying, the United States is actually less racist. He said it was one of the least racist countries. This guy's a flight attendant. He's been all over the fucking world. He lives in Europe. He said United States is actually, and I think that's true because here we have to confront it, and we've had to confront it for 150 fucking years at least since the Civil War. Now, is it perfect? No. There's definitely inequality, and there's definitely structural inequality. It's not completely down racial fucking lines. Now we're all fucked. People should be talking about that. That was what was good about Occupy Wall Street. We are the 99%. We are all fucked. They are the ones who are trying to divide us against each other. But this gentrification thing is another issue because it's the 1%. The people who live in places like this are the 1%. It's not white people, okay? So I don't want to hear, I'm so fucking, I mean, nobody really talks about white privilege anymore. Did you notice that? You don't hear that term as much as you did in fucking 2020 because now we have real fucking problems. We can't just like have these like luxury, like, oh, like white privilege. Like, no, now nobody can afford like fucking to live. Like, that's a real fucking problem that like, I mean, yeah, okay, being white definitely, I'm sure, yeah, absolutely has fucking privilege, but uh there's plenty of poor fucking dumbass white people too who don't have any fucking help or, they're not the problem. They're not the bad guy. It's not like every fucking white person is bad. And looking at it that way is really poisonous. But being in this neighborhood, it is so fucking obvious who the uh the privileged people are because they don't belong here. They stick out like a fucking sore thumb. And they are everything you're saying in your comment applies to them. They walk through the neighborhood as if they're in a fucking glass dome or something. Like they are just so oblivious to the fact that like they are ruining these people's lives in this neighborhood. I will be here for 3 months and then God knows where I'll live. more and more, like, I actually kind of like the fringes of the city. Maybe I'll move to fucking New Jersey. I just don't want to be around people that like have huge sense of entitlement and think they're hot shit because they went to fucking art school or something or whatever it is. They're just like they're elitist pricks. And that is most of like the cool areas of New York. Any of these corridors like Bushwick, Ridgewood, Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights, generally, like, I do not like these people and I do not fuck with them. I know I look like one of them because I'm a hipster. I'm sort of like pre all of this, like I am the wave of hipsters that was like millennial wave one, like there was still, when I had aspirations to come to New York in the 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, there was still some sense that like you're just some PBR drinking flannel hipster who like lives in Williamsburg was a different place. You could get a room in fucking Bushwick for $500 or whatever. There was a lot of people living in lofts, in McKibben lofts and shit that like at that point it was like cheap. That's why they did it. You could for 6 or 7 or $800 or something, you could live in like this giant loft in fucking, by Montrose stop or whatever. Now that place is like a luxury building where like the apartments are 3 grand a month or whatever. Like, so I am just somebody who's sort of embedded myself and wedged myself in the city like a goddamn splinter. And, I'm sort of a leftover from this era that's gone. The hipster. I'm more like an indie rock guy or something. That's like my genre. Like I'm an aging indie hipster rock guy. Like, I like those kind of people. You don't really find them as much now because anybody who lives here is fucking rich. And, maybe they are some kind of hipster person, but like, uh, it's really just not the same. There isn't kind of the ragged edge. There's no roughnecks anymore. The city has completely ironed all of that out. And gentrification is a kind of like, I don't think you can call it genocide or like ethnic cleansing, but it is like more, it's the same thing as like, taking other people's land, basically. It's just they're doing it through these white people tactics of like rent and contracts and leases and all of this shit. That's not the world I come from, and I know that's unusual for a white person. And it feels even ridiculous for me to even claim that or say that because, like, I know people are going to look at me and be like, this guy is just another fucking like white guy from the suburbs or and the way that I was raised is different, like we were hippies, like we were not materialists. My dad, who taught me basically everything I fucking know, was like very much a dropout of society. He was very much against the establishment. He paid a lot of attention to fucking politics. He was constantly watching C-SPAN and he still does. He was trying to, and the way that he lived was sort of like not, he wasn't trying to fucking achieve, make money, fuck people over. He just wanted to kind of live. And so that's more or less what I try to do. But it's impossible now because everything is so fucking expensive. And there is a lot of bickering and infighting about, you know, um, division between people, brown and black people, white people, whatever it is, Asian people. Everybody's got some fucking like reason to hate everybody else now in a real way. 20 years ago, like 20 years ago, I would say there was more structural inequality. 20 years ago, like people were definitely like more, there was more racial, like Asian people were not as visible as they are. And black people were kind of put in this, niche where like they're street or urban or whatever. It's not really like that like it was. You know, Asian people really did not have much of a cultural profile in this country. You know, if they were in a movie or something, they were always some kind of like relegated side character, you know, or some kind of like small part or something. It was, and you know, that was bad. That was definitely bad, but also it reflected the demographics of this country. I mean, this country was what, like 80 fucking percent white until 1980, or you know, it was a white, and there has been a lot of fucking talk about what the United States has done and how we killed everybody and we're imperialists and blah blah blah. You don't really hear as much about that anymore. Now that people are panicking about Trump and gas, and we're gonna have real fucking problems. There's gonna be no gasoline. Cost of food is gonna go through the roof. You know, it's not gonna be like something that we can choose to be upset about, like pronouns, which is just this invented fucking thing that rich people who went to fucking, you know, fancy colleges use to feel like they're victims and to have something to like make them feel like they're, you know, meanwhile they're kicking all of these black and brown people out of their neighborhoods. People are having to move out of Brooklyn, move out of New York. Look at Harlem. I mean, Jesus H Christ. I mean, Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights, same fucking thing. You know, it's like you wouldn't even go to Crown Heights 10, 20 years ago. You get fucking shot. Now these white people just walk around like, oh, what's the new restaurant I can go to? I want to go to a fancy restaurant. That is a, you know, that is one thing that's different between me and these people. Is like I can't afford to go. It makes me sick. It makes me sick to walk down the street and see these fucking like fine dining restaurants right next to like, you know, a Hispanic fucking dollar store or whatever. It's like the haves and the have-nots. And so I feel like it is important, as somebody who is from the underclass or the whatever the fuck you want to call it, the proletariat, to comment, because that's my perspective. Nobody else, you know, there's not that many people that have this perspective because everybody fucking here is rich. New York is like this fortress, you know, they can push you out. It's an island. You know, there's only a few ways to get in. And so that is what they're doing. They're basically turning New York into like a resort colony for the elite who don't really live here. They kind of jet in, they go to a bunch of restaurants. It's hedonistic. I saw New York had overtaken, it's number one on the Sin City list, not Vegas, New York, because it has become what Vegas was. People who want to have a trip where they indulge themselves come here. You come here, you go to restaurants, you go to bars, you try to hook up, whatever the fuck it is. You know, you do drugs. It's not a dangerous, you know, like scary place anymore. Now it is like fucking Disneyland for golf people. And so in a certain way, a lot of my live stream is sort of like a trying to call attention to this. You know, like the idea that like there shouldn't be, like, New York has always had transplants, it's always had immigrants. That is a part of what the fuck the point of it is. It is a big superconductor where like people come here to figure out what they're made of. You know, you come here if you think you're the best or you think you're good at something. You come from all over the fucking world here to fucking test your metal and to be in the center of the fucking conversation. And there used to be more hurdles. It used to be dangerous. You'd get fucking shot or robbed or knifed or whatever. It used to be harder to act. Now you can just do everything through a fucking app. You go on Zillow, you go on fucking Street Easy, you go on Uber, you go on, you don't have to talk to people. You order all your fucking food, like you don't have to look in the Village Voice for a fucking apartment. And like it doesn't do any good to like bemoan that that's gone. I'm not like I that's not coming back. Obviously, we're not going back, but like and this is something I think about a lot actually is like am I just cosplaying? Like am I larping like I'm this like poor fucking scrappy person or something. And it's like, am I a like I went to a good high school, Grandview Heights High School, but the thing about Grandview Heights, it was a public school, and Grandview had up the hill and down the hill. Down the hill was like a floodplain for the river, and we lived across from the electric power plant, which I'm sure was not safe, really. And so we lived in like low. I think our apartment when I was in high school was like $600 or $700 for a two-bedroom, living room, kitchen. But it was like we were lucky. My parents were smart enough to understand like getting in that school district was important. And by virtue of the fact that there was low cost options, we could do it. We could be a beneficiary of the tax base provided by the wealthy people who lived there and the businesses that were there, which pays for the school district. And so a lot of kids that I went to middle school and high school with were like rich or not. I wouldn't say they were rich. Grandview was not really like rich. Marble Cliff, maybe a little bit rich. Like there were millionaires probably. Marble Cliff was probably a lot of millionaires. But like a lot of Grandview's not. I mean, these are white people who are doing pretty well for themselves. And it was almost an entirely white school district. That was part of the fucking policing. It was definitely a racist. I mean, it wasn't overtly racist, but like there was no, you know, there was hardly any people of color at all in any way. There was no Asian people. There was almost no black people. There was like a couple Jewish people, and that was about it. That was not one of the reasons why we lived there. That was just the policy of the fucking snobs whose little fortress it was. But we were basically just like I was saying with the Gossip Girl thing. It's like we got to go to this good school because we could live down the hill. We were down the hill, which is like where all the trash people lived. This was like a thing when I was in high school. Up the hill, down the hill. Up the hill kids were like, and a lot of my friends, they were smart. They were different. The down the hill kids were like hillbillies. Like all my friends down the hill were like, that's where we did backyard wrestling, and it was where the poor hillbilly kids lived. Whereas up the hill was like, my girlfriend in high school, her dad was an engineer and her mom went to Harvard Law School. That is not the background that I came from. My dad is a fucking bass player who did not really want to make that much money. And my mom is a, paralegal legal secretary. And she has been her whole life. She does not have a bachelor's degree. So neither one of my parents even has a fucking bachelor's degree. Not that that fucking matters, but my parents were not like they didn't own businesses or anything like that. We're not millionaires, not even fucking close. I don't even know. My dad doesn't have any fucking money. Who cares? Fuck money and fuck rich people. I hate fucking rich people. I really hate rich people. And I love getting on the internet and talking about it. And so it drives me nuts to be in New York, just surrounded by these people who just like, I don't know. And it's just getting worse. The divide is getting worse and worse and worse. And like, should they build more housing? Like, absolutely. A lot of these are new fucking. I mean, I walk around this neighborhood. There's tons of fucking new housing, but it's like it's expensive. This apartment isn't $1,000. It's fucking more expensive than what was here. I'm sure, by far. It's like, uh, so am I talking out of both sides of my mouth? That's something I have a tendency because I try to see, the dimensions of every situation. Situations are complex and there's sides to it. And so, like, in some senses, like, I didn't go to like a private college. I didn't fucking go to Bennington or fucking Columbia. I could never do that. That I'm automatically, and that's a big reason why I didn't go to fucking grad school because it costs fucking money. Anywhere you'd want to go, basically. Or, the people that they're giving money to are not people like me. Not anymore. And so it's like, yeah, I'm trying to see the dimension. And it was like, well, maybe I am just like pretending to be this like, you know, impoverished. It's like, why don't I get a job at some fucking advertising agency or something? Like, part of the differences in class is like behavioral. As a person in the lower classes, there are markers. There are things that they do to us to differentiate us. If you go to a private school, if you go to prep school, if you go to boarding school, that's a lot different than, working on a fucking loading dock or something. And so you start to develop these complexes or you see yourself a certain way. I know for me, it's like, I don't even know how to get a fucking job. There's no stability for me to even do that. There's no stability for me to like get an apartment, put a resume together, send it out to fucking people. Like, look at me, you know, I'm fucking homeless. It's not just that. It's like the know-how of doing it, the network, getting, a lot of these places in New York, they want some fancy snob. They don't want some blue collar, like nice person doing that job. Rich people like want to be around other rich people that like treat each other like shit or something. They don't want to be around somebody that's like super deferential or like you're the staff, you're the help. Like that's what I'm saying. I get along better with Mexicans in the fucking kitchen than people at the table. By far. By far. When I worked, when I first moved to New York, I had a job in this restaurant, Haru, and I just took it because it was like I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to get a job, and I had to start. Okay, the senior servers made 10 points. I had to start at 5 points, meaning I made half as much money. All the servers pooled their tips. I got half as much money. Everybody on the staff was an immigrant from Nepal, from Vietnam, from China. They could barely speak English. They had heavy accents. And then there was me and one other girl, Krista, who were white. Krista was from Florida and she was sort of like me. She was like an actor. I think she had gone to theater school, maybe. She was like a dancer. She kind of looked like Reese Witherspoon. But we were like the only white people who even hung in this job. Every other person would go in, they'd get the job, they'd see, I'm only making half as much as these other people. Fuck, I'm not doing this. This sucks ass. Like, I'm gonna go get a job at some fucking fancy restaurant downtown where all the other white people whose parents are, fucking Fox News cocksuckers work. Like, and this lady, Mindy, I mean, it was a trial by fire. It was just like these people don't want to give you their money. They're immigrants. Like, they have worked hard and like they want to make as much as they possibly can. And they don't give a fuck if you make half what they make. You have to prove yourself. And they just look at you like you're this white guy. You're not going to make it. You're not going to last here. I don't know why I stayed there. It was a sushi restaurant. I'd worked in sushi, so I knew it. And like I said, I was just afraid I wouldn't be able to find any job. And so Mindy, who was a not, she was like yelling in my face about shit, because it was fast, fast, fast. It was not an easy fucking job. I mean, it was a Midtown Power Lunch. It was right across from Chase headquarters on Park Avenue. And so at lunch, all these fucking Chase dickheads would come in to get. They all ordered the same thing. They all ordered the sushi lunch. They're not. They're NPCs. They're all NPCs. They all wear golf shirts and slacks, and they ordered the fucking exact same thing. They all ordered sushi lunch, miso soup with like probably a spicy tuna or California roll. All of them, and then they leave at 1:30 to go back to work. So it's like you're slammed for like 2 hours, and then you're just like, and then you walk home with like $60. And I worked there for by the so every month you'd like or every they would decide when you could take the test to go up a point. So you take like a food knowledge test, you get 6 points. You take another food knowledge test like a month, 2 months later, you get 7 points. Another one a month, 2 months later, you get 8 points. It was fucked up. To be honest, they did it that way on purpose. They did it that way to make. They were basically stealing. The senior servers had worked there forever, and it's New York, so there's a lot of turn and burn. I mean, restaurants there's turn and burn anyway, but I mean, New York, there's the whole fucking city is turn and burn. New York operates on turn and burn. It's different. Other cities not like that. Maybe LA, but most cities are not like, you know, people come here for a year and then they leave. Like New York, most people that live here, I would say, live here less than 10 years. So anyway, I worked there for like a little over 6 months. I had finally got 9 points and then I quit. But anyway, this lady Mindy from Vietnam, one day she was like, you and Krista are like the only two white people who don't have a sense of entitlement, like that have ever worked here, been here, or anything. Like all white people have this like, you know, I'm not doing this shit. Like, this is beneath me. I'm not gonna work with all these fucking, people who can barely speak English and shit. Not that that was a part of it, but like, then I tried to get this job at this place downtown, Jane, which was like, it was on Houston, and it was like kind of it was like a brunch Italian. It was all about the menu and the chef, and like celebrities would go in there, like Iman, David Bowie's wife, would like come in. I trained there for like 4 or 5 days, and everybody who worked in that restaurant was white, except the people in the kitchen. All the people in the front of the house were white, and they were such fucking assholes. They were like the kids that you went to high school with that were like at the rich high school. You could just tell they were like all fucking cokeheads, or they have got stupid fucking tattoos. They're all like DJs and shit. And they were assholes. They all had a sense of entitlement. They all had a huge fucking sense of entitlement. And it was I only worked there 4 days, and I was like, fuck this. I'm not working with these people. They were all mean. There was no like small talk. There was no chit chat. There was no like Hispanics in restaurants have a fucking great sense of humor. Like people in the underclass, you have to have a sense of humor. You have to, because like your life is a living hell because you have to work these fucking horrible jobs all the goddamn time. And so I get along with those people more because that's what I come from. Like I said, I know I look like, you know, Mr. fucking white excellence. I look like a real success story. And I know I look like, probably the whole fucking world is just like handing to me on a fucking platter. But it's not true. The Beatles are like that. That's one of the things that we love about the Beatles, and Elvis for that matter. Elvis was literally a truck driver. And if you look at Elvis's demeanor, he's so polite. He's such a like humble gentleman, even though he's fucking Elvis, because he's from fucking Memphis and he grew up in a project. Like my background is more like that, you know? I didn't grow up in a project necessarily, but like it wasn't for white people. I mean, I had fucking black friends throughout most of my childhood. Ricky, he was our friend. He lived in the same apartment complex as us. You know, we didn't see color. Well, I mean, that's not true. I mean, we didn't give a fuck. He was awesome, dude. He's still one of the funniest people I've ever known in my entire life. Byron. For some reason, he wanted to be called Ricky, but his real name was Byron. And so, not to be a fucking dick, but like, okay, I was at Tiny Cupboard on Saturday. I just stopped in on my or Friday on my way home because I wanted to check it out, and there was a it's a stand up comedy club slash like game bar slash. That's why I didn't want to go because it's a game bar. I don't really like board game bars. I think that's like so fucking lame. So I'm like, I don't really want to go to this place. But anyway, I stopped in the other night because I haven't yet, and I just needed to get in there and check it out. And I've been upset all week because I got some pretty bad news. But this black guy started talking to me. Maybe he could see that I was just like in a kind of weird energy or something. And he was so nice to me. He's like, we started chatting or whatever. And then these other black comedians came out. And the only reason I'm talking about this because this fucking person said I don't know any black people or whatever, which is absurd. I'm telling you, I'm not like these other white people. I've been around them. I know what they're like. They're horrible. I can't stand them. I cannot stand spoiled fucking rich white people. Believe me. I don't get along with them. On the golf team in high school, you meet a lot of fucking rich white people, and they are insufferable. They're all Trumpers. They're like him. They're fucking mean. That's how they got rich. Who the fuck do you think killed the Indians and enslaved the black people? It was it was it wasn't all white people. I guarantee you that. In any case, this one guy was a comedian from Atlanta. His name was his stage name used to be Black Ass something like that. His stage name was literally like Black Michael or something like that, and he changed it because somebody told him it was like he was never going to get hired or something. And this guy's like a touring comedian. He said he opened for DL Hewley and all these people and shit. He was from Atlanta. He was just in New York, for whatever, doing comedy or whatever. And he changed his name to Michael Black or something, Blaq, which I thought was hilarious. And as I was sitting there, I'm just like, I don't know what it is, and maybe this is absurd. I know this sounds insane, but like, and this is something I found at the open mic and throughout my life is like, as I'm sitting with these black comedians, I'm like, I feel like temperamentally and just like spiritually, like I get along with these guys maybe better than anybody, actually. Better than poets, that's for fucking sure. I mean, musicians are pretty chill generally, but like I don't really feel totally like a musician. I don't feel like totally one of those people. They're all like kind of like these floppy hatted, long hair, fashion. Like I'm not really, I'm more of a rockabilly or whatever. But these black comedians, I'm like, I don't know. I get their sense of humor. I get their temperament, and I feel this like I come from the same place or something. I don't know if that's like a southern thing because like my dad's family's kind of southernish. It to me, it's probably a class thing as much as anything. I think you might find the same attitude among like lower income white people who don't have a sense of entitlement. Uh, but it's just like they're funny, they're laid back, they're fucking, street smart, they're cool, like they fucking, they're not pretentious. That was one thing the guy said about Tiny Cupboard. He's like, I love this bar because it's not pretentious. Unlike all of the kind of hipster gentrifier bars in the neighborhood, all night skate. I walk by nowadays. There's like some fucking rave that's like ticketed. It's like Sunday afternoon. There's like fucking, like a velvet rope and like door guys out front. It's like this industrial fucking bar in Ridgewood that's like by a cemetery. It's like white people have no business here at all. But they did what white people always do, which is like if they want something, they take it. I mean, it's not just white people. It's white people have had the racial advantage or whatever for like whatever 400, 500 years. But like that's the situation right now. Is like and that is why I complain about it, and that is why it makes me sick because they're the ones who are talking out of both sides of their fucking mouth, not me. They're the ones who are like, I'm so oppressed. My fucking pronouns and my fucking, hormones. I need a GoFundMe for my hormones. Send me money so I can cut my penis off. Meanwhile, and free Palestine and all that. Meanwhile, they're doing the same fucking thing here that Israel is doing to the fucking Palestinians. That they're not killing them, but it's the same thing. It's displacement. The Palestinians are just, I don't know, more dug in. The people in these neighborhoods don't have options. They don't make enough money. They lived here because they could afford it because it was a bad neighborhood. Maybe they own the building. We had this landlord and when I lived in Bushwick for 2 months, Candelaria. She was like Dominican or Puerto Rican. I think she owned the building. And so, she's dealing with all these fucking white kids from RISD or Cal Arts or whatever, Bard. And it's like, 20 years ago, these people would not have set foot in that neighborhood because they get shot or something. And so it's easy for the transplants to be like, well, don't blame the transplants. It's really like a structural. They need to build more. See, that's like somebody who went to an elite college would say that. Like, yes, technically you're right, but also like, fuck you. Like, do not try to like justify the fact that you're displacing people. I know that I'm displacing people, and that's what I'm doing. Not really. Like, I'm not a permanent resident here. I don't own this place. Like, I don't even pay close to anywhere near market value. So I couldn't. I literally couldn't. I could like okay, it's 3 grand a month. You have to make 40 times rent. That means I'd have to make 120 grand to afford this place. Maybe I could get a job where I make 120 grand. I seriously doubt it. The most money I could probably make would be 50 or 60K, I imagine, if I worked full time. Which is not terrible, but I mean, in this day and age, it doesn't really buy you dick. So I'm sorry for yelling and being like cranky and shit. Thank you for your comment. Here's how I'm going to. Is there anything else I need to address with this? You say you're poor and weren't privileged, but I've seen a few of your vids. I know what struggle looks like, and you don't seem to be struggling to me. I mean, yeah, if you're looking at my vlogs where I'm just like walking through Central Park and I'm on the fucking Upper West Side and shit, like, yeah, it probably does look like I'm just living this life. But I mean, you don't understand what I've had to sacrifice to just stay here. I have to sacrifice a lot to stay in the game. Like Ashley didn't give me a choice. She put me in a position where it was like basically impossible to say no. And so I just got entangled in that living arrangement. Her apartment was 1,300 for her share. I definitely couldn't afford that. I can't afford anywhere. If I could get a room for 600 bucks, I can afford that probably. So if anybody knows of anything, let me know. I mean, like, do I live in like filth and like vermin and shit and like dangerous ghetto? Like, no. I guess in that sense, I'm not like struggling, but like we're all kind of fucking struggling, I feel like now. And one of the reasons why is because there's a tremendous wealth disparity. And the people who live in places like this are the ones who are causing that. They're the ones who are fucking Republicans, whose parents are cocksucking Republicans. They're the ones who rewrote all the fucking tax code and Citizens United and blah blah blah, so that all of the money is being consolidated in them because they're soulless fucking shitty people. They have nothing. They have nothing. They're pieces of shit. And so what do they do? What does somebody like Kevin O'Leary? This guy is a complete zero. He's a total sleazy piece of shit. And so what does he do? He makes as much money as he possibly fucking can, just so he can say fuck you to people and have power. The dude's got no riz. He's got no fucking soul. That's most of these fucking rich people. Look at them. Look at them. When I was a camera guy at Columbia Business School for like a couple years, I couldn't do it. I couldn't be around these people because you'd go into these, I'd film like these business lectures. These people literally look like the Walking Dead. Their skin is all fucking decaying and shit. They're ugly. They have bad haircuts. They're just like totally gross people. And so what do? They get rich as fuck because no one they'd have no power, they'd have no anything if they didn't have that. And so they enjoy making the rest of us suffer, who they perceive as like, we think we're better than them or we are better than them. We're cooler than them, we're better looking than them. We have ideas, we have creativity. They don't have that. All they have is like a shitty fucking mentality and the wherewithal to just behave like fucking cocksuckers and fuck everybody else over. And so after the pandemic, I couldn't go back and do that job because I was just like, I'm not gonna like be bossed around by these fucking people anymore. Like I'd love to have an insight into their thought process, but there's this thing with Peter Thiel moving to Argentina, right? A lot of people are speculating about that. I mean, it's like somebody said that he's trying to build like his ideal country or something down there, but it's like he already fucking did it here. He already fucked this country. It's like he doesn't need to go there. And I think tech and whatever finance has just accelerated. They've figured out ways. It's not enough to just be rich. It's like everybody else has to have nothing. When Elon Musk has $1 trillion, that's all like money that like should be in circulation. That's money that like we should have. But that's part of what he likes about it. He likes that he has all the fucking power. That's really what money is. It's power. And so, they have created a situation where they have all the fucking power because they literally have all the money. Like we're in a situation where like rich people literally have all of the money in circulation practically. When you see these statistics about like what 10 people own, what is it, $20 trillion or whatever, which is as much as like the bottom half, like that's what that means. Like that's not just like some like fucking statistic porn. That is like, you know, these rich people have everything and we have not. They literally own everything. Like we are slaves. It wasn't like that 60 years ago. Say what you will about America and how it sucks and all that. These people made it suck, to be honest. All the people who talk shit about America and all of the MAGA people who bought Trump's bullshit, they're the people who have put us in this position. America was not that bad of a place. And to be honest, it's not even really that unique of a place as far as its like crimes that it's committed against the world. America is not really any worse than look at some of the shit the Japanese did during World War II. Or, give any of these other countries the chance to be number one in the world and see how they act. Like, granted, we get it. America is not a fucking, it was stolen in a completely unforgivable way. They mass murdered all the fucking indigenous people. And so, yeah, we do kind of deserve whatever's coming to us. But uh, that's not all there is to it. There was a middle class in this fucking country, and the American democratic experiment, yada, 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 was a unique thing in world fucking history. And the standard of living in this country was pretty goddamn high from 1945 to 2008 or something. And that's because there was a middle class. That's because there wasn't $20 trillion that just belonged to the fucking, 10 fucking people. And they're like the 10 shittiest people. Zuckerberg, Bezos. I mean, look at them. They're freaks. Look at Bezos' wife. Like, ugh. You're one of the richest guys in the world and like you're married to this fucking banshee? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're pathetic. You are pathetic. Yeah, like I know, like on paper, you have all this stature and wealth and you created Amazon. You're pathetic. You're nothing. You're less than me. You are less than me. I am a better person than you. I'm a more interesting, more valuable person. A lot of us are. I'll take people in the bottom 50% every fucking time. And so the mistake of the last 10 years is everybody sees everything through fucking race now. It wasn't like that 20 years ago. Now everybody is just like gunning for everybody else, and white people are like, that's just ambition. People want what white people have. People want what America has. They want to be on top. And so what do? Oh, white people are fucking pieces of shit. And they brought us all down. They brought us all fucking down. It's more about class. It's more about we are all fucked. And they could build more fucking housing if like if Elon Musk didn't have $1 trillion to go to fucking space with his little fucking rockets, you should call him Elon Rocket Man. It is fucking that all of these tech people like, and this is another thing that I fucking have been talking about. I remember when I read at the fucking marathon in 24, I think. I read this poem. I had a line, rich tech assholes should have less. I think about that line all the fucking time. Because at the time, nobody else was saying that. Everybody was talking about free Palestine, this and blah, blah, blah. And great. I agree. I agree. Stop the genocide. Absolutely. How do you think the best way to do that would be? By electing Donald Trump? Because if you do, you're a fucking retard. But when I said that, that was before Doge. That was before Trump 2.0. That was before. That was just me looking around the world. And I've been saying this for 15 fucking years. Is fucking tech people have decided to take over our society. They have disrupted everything. Move fast and break things, right? That is their fucking like dogma, which is fucking bullshit. I mean, this is another thing that I talk about a lot is like there has been an installing of like a philosophy societally in this country, particularly over the last 20, 30 years, but probably 40 or 50, but really in the last 20, in the 2000s, all this Ayn Rand shit got super popular. All these fucking people were reading Ayn Rand, and it was like taking it seriously, like it was this legitimate like philosophy of business. And there was so much dogma about like competition, all these fucking reality shows, make as much money as you fucking can, you know, and it's created like all of these people that's like their mentality where it's just like just go to business school, marketing, make as much money as you can. Yeah, of course they can charge $3,000 for a month for apartment. That's what the market will bear. There's so much fucking bullshit about the market and economics. Economics is a fucking pseudoscience. It's not real. It's something we made up. There's no law to it. It is not a law. It's not a law like gravity. Like gravity is fucking real. If I drop the pin, it falls. Inflation is not like that. Like just because they fucking print more money does not mean the cost of everything has to go up. That is something that they tell us because that's what they learned at Columbia fucking Business School, and they want to charge more. They own everything. So it's like, oh, these poor people have too much money. Got to raise the price of everything. Oh, it's supply and demand. Supply and demand. You are the business. You're supposed to supply more. You're not supposed to choke the demand so the price goes up. That's what capitalism is doing. These businesses don't want to make a good product. They want to make as much fucking money as they possibly can. It's not enough to just like make a good living. You have to maximize your profits. And I'm so sick of hearing about late stage capitalism. I'm so sick of hearing the phrase late stage capitalism. Like, get a new fucking excuse. Everybody's like, oh, this is the perfect example of late stage capitalism. It's like, okay, so what do we do about it? Like, I'm so fucking sick of hearing this fucking term, late stage capitalism. Like, that's wishful thinking, first of all. The idea that it's late stage is wishful thinking. You think this is going to go away? Maybe it will. I would like to believe that this era and Trump and all of this is like this hill, you know, and we're like climbing this fucking mountain and it's hard and, you know, we're ready to give up. But like on the other side of the mountain is like the valley and the fertile river and shit. I think probably a lot of people look at it that way, like, oh, it's late stage capitalism. So, like, at any moment, the bubble's going to burst and Bernie is going to come out of a fucking pinata and give everybody money or something and healthcare. And it's like, you have to fight for that stuff. It's like this saying, what, the safety guidelines are written in blood or something. Like the 40-hour work week was something that like took hundreds of years for people to like fight for and win. Maybe not hundreds, but like, a long time. It wasn't just something where everybody went, whoa, 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 let's come to our senses here. Let's just give everybody health care. Let's just, you know, there are a certain segment of the human race that are psychopaths, that it's not enough to just like have a good living. They have to like control everybody else. They can't let you have any kind of sovereignty. They want to fucking boss you around. They want to control and with tech, they have found a way to do it. We are all beholden or nobody fucking boycotts it. Everybody's ordering fucking Grubhub and DoorDash and watching fucking Netflix, and we're all enabling these people, but they figured out their way to move fast and break things, and they're going to do it with everything. They have decided, Peter Thiel's, all of them, they're all buddies. They're all with Trump. They see what's going on with the rabble. They don't want to get killed like the French Revolution. And so they see with the tech their opportunity to supersede the government, all of the legacy media, the dinosaurs, which, like, there was a structure in our country that, like, had been created through, like, these kind of like face to face meetings. And like, if you look at the design of the United States, like, New York serves a purpose, Chicago serves a purpose, LA serves a purpose. Like, New York is like the business power center. You come here when you are the best of the best of the best. That is the point of New York. Chicago is a little different. There's business there. It's some place you can go, sort of get started out, and maybe you get established there and you move on to something else. LA, same fucking thing. There's logistics to our system, like, there were things, legacy media, NBC, network television, movies, that where there was like a consensus reality, and that doesn't exist anymore. And the tech people wanted to get rid of it. They superseded it, and they've put us all into our own little individual hallucinations that aren't real. And so nobody lives in fucking reality anymore. They just live through their fucking screen. And things like Uber killed cab industry. Things like Airbnb caused the fucking price of housing to go up. uh, you know, every app. That's like what it's designed to do. It's basically designed to, like, destroy some industry and replace it. Look at Grubhub. It used to be you call a restaurant, they deliver pizza. There was no fucking delivery fee. There was no service charge. There was none of that shit. You pay the driver a tip. You could get food delivered for like less than $20, tip included. Now it's like I don't even look at the fucking apps because it's like, Jesus Christ. Grubhub is like, I don't even want to know how much a fucking charge is, the surcharge and the delivery and all the fucking bullshit that just goes to some dickhead in Palo Alto, who's like that. Well, that's another aspect of it, is like these apps, the money doesn't stay in the community. Now they can just suck the fucking money into the cloud and take it with them wherever they go. So these people like Peter Thiel, like fucking all of them, whatever, you know who they are. We see them every fucking day. They're not like Dale Carnegie. They're not like what is it? Henry Ford, he paid his workers his wage. He wanted his workers to be able to afford the cars that he made. He understood it as a businessman. He needed a consumer base to buy his fucking product. And so he was creating a consumer base and taking care of his workers. He understood that it was in his own best interest to do that. These people now do not understand that. Zuckerberg, whoever, they don't understand that, like, they're taking all of this money out. Elon Musk taking like a Tesla. It's not a Model T. It's an elite status symbol. It's not like a proletariat everyman car. 10 years ago, every rich fucking prick I knew, like every dad who was like some rich, like my brother's ex-wife's dad, who was like this rich fuck face, he had a Tesla. It's like, yeah, of course you have a Tesla. You're a piece of shit. You're a rich piece of shit who wants to feel like impressive to your friends and like you suck Elon Musk's dick because he is an emblem of like the philosophy that you want to believe in, which is that you're better than everybody else because you're rich. It's all true. I don't even know how to fucking. I mean, obviously, I don't know how to get rich. I don't know how to make anything work because I'm not motivated by money. I hate money. It's the curse of my life is the fact that I'm like allergic to money. I've never made any fucking money doing anything. I've never had more than 20 grand ever. And the only reason I had 20 grand was because the government gave it to me. I've never had 10 grand that I made myself ever in my life. Maybe once. And that's not even that much money. I guess I should have worked harder and saved. I mean, can people even save anymore? I doubt if they even fucking can. Like, because the people who have moved fast and broken everything have decided to set all of our expenses. They do this on purpose. This is not the market, okay? 10 fucking years ago, you could get a studio apartment for 800 bucks. Maybe not in New York, but like, in a lot of the country. That's not true anymore. It's $1,000 more at least. That's not an accident. That is Peter Thiel's on the phone to they're all on the phone to each other going, what the fuck are we going to do about these people who are like trying to rise up and like talking about like socialism and free healthcare and, genocide and what are we going to do? What the fuck? How do we control these people? How do we stop this? Oh, I know. We'll just, have talent or have private equity buy all of the fucking housing and set the prices through an algorithm. Oh, it's the algorithm. Yay. The algorithm is just a code word they use to say, we show you what we want you to see. That's what the algorithm is. We have an agenda where we want to fuck with your head and psychologically like toy with you and control you. That's what the algorithm is. It's not like, hey, here's like the best shit that like is going to make you happiest. It's like, here's the shit that is going to trigger you like a motherfucker and like drive you insane. We are going to calculatedly like destroy your sanity and make you like sad and depressed and like all of your friends, you're going to hate all your friends. You're going to, you know, everybody in your Instagram feed, you're going to like resent because whatever. It's not an accident. You know, these people understand that they have like a level of control that like maybe no one has ever had, where they can literally just go in and micromanage every single person with calculated propaganda. And it's not an accident. Yeah, it's inflation, everybody. It's inflation. That's why everything's $1,000 more fucking expensive. That's not inflation. I'm sorry, it's just not. That's fucking bullshit. What I mean, you got to be a retard. Like, wow, the cost of everything is more expensive than ever, and like every business is making record-breaking profits. It's the same fucking picture. It's the same thing. They don't need to make record-breaking profits. The business can decide, hey, let's let's take the profits and reinvest them in our product and make more of it because there's a high demand. That is what the market is supposed to encourage. But it's bullshit. There is no market. There is no free market in this country. It's all insider trading, deals between associates. None of us are invited. We are not invited unless somehow you just come up with some idea that makes you rich. And even that, you're probably like I had my ex, her mom worked for some chemical company and she came up with a patent and the company took the patent because she worked for them. It was their intellectual property, and they had a copy. They got a anything that she came up with, they owned, and so they made millions of fucking dollars off of this patent. She never saw any of it. Like that's That's the free market. That's late stage capitalism. Like, there's very now more than maybe, part of what was crucial to the identity of America was like social mobility. And yeah, we get it. Not everybody could do it. America was racist. We get that. Every fucking place will. At least we had, you know, we have been facing this problem. This is why these fucking European countries are racist, because they don't have to live. America, like, there has been 13% of this country, if not more, has been black since time immemorial, since the beginning. There have been, and the fact that we allow immigrants into the country and this country is built on immigrants, like, there's a lot of, you know, confronting racial differences. Like, is it perfect? No. It was not bad 10 years ago. Before Trump, it was really not that bad. We had Obama. Like, yeah, there were fucking racist people out there, but they were the minority. Now they fucking elected Trump, and now they're fucking, they run everything. But part of what, people like to use this thing about, like, oh, not everybody, black people couldn't do anything. It's like, yeah, we know. It sucked. Okay, we get that. But, like, that doesn't negate the whole fucking thing. Just because this land is stolen and there was a genocide doesn't negate the whole thing. I'm sorry, but, like, America does exist. We're already here. It already happened. Like, I know we should feel guilty about it, but, like, it already fucking happened. It's in the fucking past. And, like, the American experiment, to be a cheese dick about it, was important in world history. And if you're a fucking idiot, you probably don't know that. You have to be educated to know that. You have to be educated to understand how our system works, why it works the way it does. And as we know, people today are stupider than they have been in a long time, probably 100, 150 years. And, these captains of industry want to create the employees that are going to be subservient for them. And so they coerce and create and massage all of our propaganda and behavioral patterns. And so getting rid of, having this idea that America just sucks and, like, it's just bad, which both the people on the extreme right and the extreme left believe. That was what Trump ran on. Every time somebody accuses Trump of doing something, he goes, well, yeah, but we've always done it. America's really a great place. It's like, that is not a fucking excuse, okay? Just because it happened in the past does not fucking give you the right to do it now. And, like, yeah, America is not perfect. And yeah, it is fucking stolen. And yeah, it is built on a fucking genocide. That's all horrific. What about fucking Canada? And there was slavery and shit. Yes, there's still fucking slavery. That's what is coming for everybody. These fucking Amazon Prime drivers and shit. These jobs are getting more and more intolerable and less uh like compensated. Your compensation is like meaningless now. Like, yeah, you might make $20 an hour, but, like, your money is fucking toilet paper because of inflation. It's not inflation. It's rich people deciding, hey, all these poor people have money. Let's take it from them. Raise the price of everything. That's not how it's supposed to work. And so, one of the crucial things, and the American dream, in fact, and yeah, we get it. The American dream, you got to be asleep to believe it. But, like, there was truth to it to some degree. If you're a white man and you were willing to work for a, manual labor job, you could afford to buy a woman and force her to have your kids. and buy a house and two cars and a lake house and a boat and go on vacation. And my grandpa had 9 kids and a lake house and a pontoon boat, and they all drove fucking Cadillacs. He was the fucking, he wasn't like a lawyer. He worked at the fucking yellow cab company. He was an insurance claims dispatcher. And he could do pretty well for himself in this country. And it is crucial for people's like sanity and happiness to believe that that's a possibility. Like otherwise, it's kind of the carrot on the stick in a way. Like you're chasing that dream. You know, the idea is through hard work. That's the American gospel. You too can be a success and be a millionaire, and it just seems like that's less and less true now. No one can buy a house, and I don't think that's an accident. I think people saw the reaction that occurred when Trump first got elected. All of these billionaires, because no one talked about socialism before Trump. No, Bernie. Bernie was like the only fucking person. And so, in that sense, Trump has kind of been a good thing. Well, it's not just socialism, but like no one was talking about politics really. Like if you were in the art world, like no, or like it was almost like passe, or like it was not like a very appetizing like quadrant of American life. Like, oh god, politics, like things were relatively appeared to be stable. And so there were some people that were like very politically engaged, like me. I've always been political since I was a little kid. When I was in second grade and I found out what Harvard was, Bill Clinton went to Harvard. I wanted to be the president like Bill Clinton. I wanted to go to Harvard and be the president. That didn't happen. I've always been political, but certainly the art world was not that political. And literature was not that political. Like, yeah, when Iraq happened and George Bush happened, like people protested and wrote things about it. That was about it. And then when Trump happened, it was like, holy shit. Now all of a sudden, everybody's an expert. Everybody's an expert in socialism and like, intersectionality and all of this. And in some ways, I think that's good because it was like a political awakening, and Trump did catalyze that. The government, the way it worked before, I think they sort of wanted people to like, or I don't know, the people who work in government, like a lot of times they're just not exciting people. They're bureaucrats, they're politicians. Like I picked up Kamala's book at the library yesterday. I couldn't even read it. It was just bullshit. It was total bullshit. And like I get this is why she didn't win. Because it just felt like somebody wrote this for her, or it was just that's not to say I would still vote for her. I still think she would be the better by far. I think she would have been a good president. Definitely. Maybe even a great one. Hey, it's hard to believe that we could have had a black woman president. And yet the leftists were like against it. How insane is that? These people who have literally spent the better part of the last decade haranguing us about white privilege and all of this shit. And then a black woman is running for president. And this is why I call out the Free Palestine stuff, because these people are disingenuous. They do not give a shit. This is what I'm saying is these people didn't care about politics before. It has it works to their advantage now because they're marginalized people, and everybody on the left is pushing all of the marginalized people to the front because that's woke and that's like the reaction to Trump. Trump's white man, late capitalist patriarchy, bad. What's the opposite of that? Oh, it's intersectionality. It's black women. It's crippled people, it's trans people, and that's also beautiful. It's also beautiful that Trump catalyzed, not that it's, I'm not giving him credit for it. People should have been doing it before, is my point. People should be political because it involves all of us and it really affects our lives. When the Republicans get in power, it destroys the lives of the underclass. It's great for people who are on top, and that's why they propagandize and seed all of this shit. And New York is a stronghold. New York is ideologically a very important place. And when you don't have working class representation, it's bad for the planet. If all you have is a bunch of fucking rich people who have no perspective and have no scrappiness, who have no, street smarts, they've just had everything given to them, then that's not a part of the conversation. And so it pisses me off that now everybody's talking about cost of living and shit like this, because this is what people should have talked about 10 fucking years ago. But in any case, I think when Trump happened the first time and people were talking about, and they saw it. They saw the resistance. They saw the protests. They saw the Million Woman March and all that shit. And I think all the billionaires shit their pants and went, wait a minute, like now all these people sort of have class consciousness that they didn't have before. Like, this is not good. How do we deal with this? Oh, I know. You know, we will take over this country. We will get rid of all the ideology, all of the infrastructure of American dream, social mobility, all of that gone. And they'll just replace it with what they want, which is like what, AI, data center driven surveillance, one world, I don't know, total control over our lives. And it feels like it's a race to that. Like are the masses going to rise up and stop this before the tech oligarchs, there's very few of them. There's 10 of them, figure out how to create some kind of AI army that can overpower us. I don't know why people aren't doing it now. Part of the reason why I live the way I do is because 10 years ago, fucking Donald Trump got elected, and all of my purpose in life became like, how do I fight this? Because it's bad. It's not like other presidents. It's just not. I mean, the other presidents were not great either. The Republicans were bad. George Bush was real bad. The first time Trump was in office, there was no plan. This time, there is definitely an end game. They want to destroy the whole thing and replace it with their own thing. They don't give a fuck if they want the government to collapse in this country. That is the point. That is why Doge went in. That is why all of these billionaires suddenly have an interest and are like at Trump's inauguration and shit, because they want to get rid of the government because it gets in their way. They can't be as rich as they want to be. They can't do whatever they want. All these regulations are holding them back. They can't treat people how they want to treat them. The government is the thing that protected us. Yeah, I know the government sucks, right? But like the Supreme Court, the laws, these things mattered. Now there is no rule of law. Literally, it's just like Trump gets away with literally whatever the fuck he wants. And that's all that matters is like, you know, he wants to do it, so they do it. That's not how the government's supposed to work. He's not a king. The Supreme Court is supposed to stop this shit. The Congress is supposed to stop this shit. And people don't understand that like the Democrats are not that bad. Like, yeah, they're kind of like stinky fish, but like they're good at their jobs. You know, like Kamala is good, like like government official. She's a good like at that is what a politician is supposed to do. They're not supposed to like dance at McDonald's to YMCA and shit. That's not like the believe it or not, that's not like the president's prime fucking job. The president's prime job is to like be competent and know everything about everything. Trump doesn't know dick about anything. We all see it every fucking day and we're sick of it. And they're all related. That is why I talk about all of this stuff. Gentrification, transplants, Trump, finance, economics. It's all one fucking thing. And people in this country are too fucking stupid to realize what is being taken from them. They just think America sucks because genocide. Yeah, we've done a few genocides, okay? I mean, who hasn't? Who hasn't? Who hasn't given like an Indian child an infected blanket? I mean, we're human beings. When it comes down to it, we're human beings. And human beings do bad shit. Okay? We're not perfect. And so people are just, all of these people suddenly became political in 2016 and they're ideological and they're naive about like young people are usually. They don't really factor in how things actually work and the nuts and bolts of the mechanics of the government or whatever. They just want health care and they want, socialism or, and they should have that. Obama tried to do it. Okay? Drone strike Obama. I'm sick of every time I fucking bring up Obama, there's some dumbass. Well, Obama did drone strikes. Fuck you. Look at what's happening now. Obama had to do those drone strikes. He had to kill ISIS or whatever. Al Qaeda. Don't people remember Al Qaeda? That's who he was fighting. That's who he was drone striking. It's easy to say that shit. Those are all Republican talking points. All of the shit about free Palestine or Obama drone struck people, that's all shit that like that it plays into their hand. Like I agree, free Palestine, stop the genocide. If you think Donald Trump was going to do that, you're a fucking retard. If you think he was going to be better, and like, sure, we get it. It happened while Biden was president. That is why they did it. They did it because they knew he would look bad. It's a win-win for them. He gets to go in and kill all the fucking Palestinians, and he gets Biden to own it. And he gets his boy Trump back in. I'm sure Netanyahu was thrilled with the free Palestine art school kids. And good for people for like trying to do the right thing. But like I said, those people are disingenuous. They don't even know what they're saying. They just say that shit because it's like part of their little fucking trend group. And they don't want to be ostracized. And it's power. It's like, hey, which side are you on? I'm gonna say this. Fucking we can't get Kamala to say genocide. I saw a video the other day, even Bernie won't say genocide. Bernie said there was some video about Bernie was like there needs to be like equality between the Israelis and Palestinians. And it's like, that's Bernie. That's your fucking boy. It's like he won't even say it. It's like, and he should say it. But it's like, it's not that cut and dry. And the issue is not really, it's not really about Palestine when these people say it. It's more about their own ego and like wanting to seem like some radical fucking like young person or something. They don't give a fuck about Palestine. And look at what is happening to us now. And like, look at the Trump casinos and shit that are going to go up in Gaza. You know, like that shit would not have fucking happened. Biden tried a little bit to push back on Netanyahu. You know, but like, because it happened while he was president, and the Ukraine thing too. Everybody's like, Biden's a fucking warmonger because of Ukraine and Gaza. He's committing genocide. It's like, and yes, it would be nice if there was like more of a left candidate, definitely. But like Biden tried, it's just like what he did was not that different than Mondani, honestly. Where like Biden, he didn't, well, it's different in that like he didn't necessarily run on a bunch of like outspoken leftist rhetoric, but like when Biden got in, like Mamdani, he tried to do socialistic shit. You know, he tried to forgive everybody's student loans. And you know what fucking happened? The Republicans screwed him over. It's like that's basically what happened to Mamdani. Mamdani went in trying to do the free buses. He couldn't do it, so he had to fucking pivot. That is called government, okay? Like, that is what the government is. There's compromise. That is what a fucking democracy is. It's not just like everybody's a super leftist. It would be nice, but like, it would be nice if this country was more socialist. But like, if you really want that to happen, Biden tried to do it. He was pretty left for an old fucking white guy. But that is not the way that people see it. They see these Democrats are like Reagan. Well, what does that make Trump? What the fuck is he? Genghis Khan? And this fucking ballroom is so clearly not a ballroom. It's clearly a doomsday bunker. He's building a doomsday bunker so when they blow all of us up, he can be 6 floors underground fucking all the Miss Universe teenagers. Miss 13-year-old universe. I'll bet Trump can't wait for the apocalypse. Well, he'll be dead. But it's like, you know, if he kills everybody, then he can fuck all the 12-year-olds he wants. The Epstein class. Finally, they won't be like hassled by all these fucking poor people. There was some fucking other thing I wanted to talk about with the Epstein class. Can't remember what. So it's really hard to see all this shit happening. Let me read something real fast. And know what's happening. And all these fucking other dumbasses are just like oblivious. Like, oh yeah, Trump's dancing. Let me read this. This is something I wrote right after the fucking election in 2024. I was reading it the other day. I was like, I can't believe I fucking nailed this. So fucking. Because at the time, people were not really seeing this. You know, they just thought Trump was anti war. They thought Trump was going to go in and stop all the wars. Yeah, because you're fucking retarded. Uh, 'Cause Hold on, give me just 1 second. Oh, here it is. Okay. Gen Z men have voted themselves into World War III and reinstatement of the draft out of naive disapprehension of geopolitical balance and how Spurg Lord crypto bros want to throw it into turmoil for their own personal power grab. The story is war for the foreseeable future, including the octagon cage. This was November 18th, 2024. This was 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks after the election. No one was saying Trump was going to reinstate the draft and cause World War III. And now look where we are. Maybe Professor Zhang. Me and Professor Zhang were the only fucking people saying that. I'll read it again. I was talking about deliverance was a Vietnam metaphor. Straw dogs indicated fascism and male control over women's bodies. The post-grad fellow eliminates the raping incel laborer class with cunning, a bear trap, and a shotgun, coming into his own as a human being through an orgy of violence. As Gen Z men have voted themselves into World War III and reinstatement of the draft out of naive disapprehension of geopolitical balance and how Spurg Lord crypto bros want to throw it into turmoil for their own personal power grab. Is that not exactly what the fuck is happening? Like, pretty much to a fucking T. Spurg Lord crypto bros. So obviously I have to die. This world I can't handle it. I read this entire biography of John Candy yesterday. Written by Mike Myers' brother, Paul Myers. Shout out Paul Myers. I read the whole fucking thing yesterday at the library. Because I can't smoke weed. So I'm just like, you know, bored all the time. What the fuck do you do when you don't smoke weed? What do you do all day? You read biographies of John Candy. He died at the age of 43 of a heart attack making the movie Wagons East, which I saw in the theater, actually. We went and saw Wagons East at the Dollar Theater, I think. How sad is that? Fucking, it was, even when I was 9 years old, I could tell it was bad. I mean, that is really fucking tragic what happened to John Candy. But his dad died when he was 35. So John Candy expected that he was going to die young. But they worked him to death. He did not need to be on that movie doing that. It was way too hot. The elevation was like 8,500 feet. Like, that would be bad. That'd be hard for anybody. Poor John Candy. But he was just too good for this world. So we'll see what the fuck happens, bud. It doesn't do any good. Look, I've got two people watching. It's probably what's up, Bruce Halliday and Adam S. How you guys doing? Hope you're good. Give me a like and a subscribe. Create a new email address, subscribe. Doesn't do any fucking good. Nobody listens to me. Nobody cares. It's just ridiculous. Being right, or no one can tell. If I would have said this in November, 80% of the people would have been like, okay, sure. Yeah. World War III, sure. Crypto bros, sure. Okay. Yeah, right. He's anti-war. Did you see his speech? Did you see him at McDonald's? Trump's the anti-war candidate. He always has been. It's that goddamn black woman, Kamala. She wants to kill all those Palestinian children. She can't wait. She can't wait to get in there and drink their blood. I Meanwhile, Trump has like actually killed people and raped people, and it's not really about him anymore, to be honest. He is fading. We all know it. I mean, he'll probably stick around just because that's how life works. The worst fucking people win everything, and the best people all fucking die. That's just life on this stupid fucking planet. And we picked a hell of a time to come here, didn't we? The idea is like, for me, I've always looked at like there is a war between light and darkness or something, and that's what I'm here for. I consider myself like fighting for consciousness. That's why I do the fucking stupid open mic, because I'm just trying to get people turned on. I'm trying to get them creating. It's not about me, you know. I try with That's why I do this. It's like if you want to listen to what I have to say, get on YouTube, get on your phone, and you can watch me forever. But if I went and did this in front of an audience, they'd just be like, no, we don't want that. Tell more jokes about poop or something. Uh, and I don't know. It just seems like how long is this going to go on? How long are we going to be climbing this mountain before we get to the other side? Is there another side? Now it's like I was reading this Elon Musk quote. He said something about increasingly it looks like human beings were just like a booting screen for AI, like super intelligent life forms. That's all we are. We're a load screen. Somebody needs to put a bullet in that guy's head. Fuck Trump. Kill Elon. Kill all of them. It's just like unbelievable how many people are taking shots at the White House and somebody, god damn. But okay, like I said, it's it's bigger than him now. Trump has been used as like the spearhead to install this technocracy. That is what's going to happen. As somebody who's able to predict the future, like Professor Zhang, not that anybody gives a shit. Like I said, most of my life, people just sort of looked at me like I didn't know what I was talking about because I'm so far ahead of them and they're so fucking dumb that they don't get what I'm saying. Or like it just doesn't jive with like the narrative of what everybody is into at that time. Like most people are part of the consensus narrative or whatever the fucking cliche of what it's in vogue to be able to talk about and free Palestine, whatever it is, whatever the thing of the like with there are these common narratives that sort of crystallize in everybody's head. And it used to be the media, like you'd see like and it's not usually it's not always right. Like you'll see that with like movies or shit, where it's like some movie comes out and everybody hates it, and it makes no money, and then 30 years later, everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's a fucking masterpiece." It's like that's pretty common. If you're doing something that's a little bit different, or it's just not part of like what's in it, just people are just they're just are not gonna get it, or like maybe a few people will get it, but like the mass of people are not gonna know what you're talking about, and in fact, they're probably gonna be like pissed off because they're like, "Who the fuck does this guy think he is? The fuck is he talking about? World War III? Yeah, right. World War III, sure. Trump's not going to cause World War III. Stopping war. He's going to stop the wars. The first day. There's not going to be a draft. What are you, insane? I think that they want to just, you know, crush us. That's what I feel like is happening in my life. is just like they want to push us all beyond the limit and just they can do that by getting rid of programs, aid, increase the cost of living. There's no jobs. Here's a fucking phone in your face all day that's like a torture device. There's no way out. And they want to push us over the brink. And so shoveling people off to World War III, deporting people, putting them in jail, whatever the fuck it is. People just die, opioids. Uh, what else? Do we have anything else on here? Let me go back into my chair. So apparently, we're just like the prologue to the real AI party. Digital God. I don't think they can do it. I don't think they're smart enough, actually. I think all of these fucking Silicon Valley douchebags. Sam Altman has been driving around like a fucking Maserati for like 20 years. Like, this guy has no perspective. None of them do. They're all like that. These tech people, it's really been like the bane of my generation. The fact that millennials, when I got out of college, there was a little tech industry, but like, 2005 to 2015 was like the rise of like the startup. And for millennials, I mean, startups and tech was really, that was like rock and roll. Like if you had an app or you were able to cash in with sell your company or whatever, those are the people that like were really like the central like occupation or something of our generation was like tech people. They were the ones that like were losers in high school who had no real anything. They were maybe like IT people. They were maybe going to be IT people or something. And then something happened in 2000, the 2000s. Like there was money in tech before obviously, but like it became everything. The screen became everything. Around the iPhone and shit like that. It's just like the screen became every fucking thing. And so these people that were just like losers in high school, they all have autism, suddenly have way more fucking money than like they know what to do with. And then, people like Peter Thiel, bad people got in there. It merged with finance. And it's no longer hippie. If Steve Jobs were alive, maybe he could push back on these fucking people a little bit, but uh I have never really liked tech culture or tech people. And so just another thing that like I have a chip on my shoulder about. I hate going to San Francisco and seeing what they've done to it. I just hate the fact that these fucking nerds like, have these incredible lives and like can travel and have yachts and what have they created? Nothing. Nothing of any beauty at all. They've just wrangled the internet into like these five major platforms through monopoly. They're all monopolies. There is no like free market on that fucking phone. It's all everything on the internet now is just Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. That's it. Google. That's it. That's the whole fucking internet. There are barely any websites or anything. And so these guys have been consolidating their power for a long time, but it's gotten out of control. and they really have the means potentially. I don't. I think they could use drones and, you know, remote combat probably to take us out if they wanted to do that. I don't really know that like there's going to be like an AI uprising or something, or like an AI uh thing where they fucking, use it against us, and like it's Terminator 2, it's Skynet. I was watching this movie. There's a movie, it's on YouTube. It's called Blind Ambition. It's about Watergate. Martin Sheen plays John Dean. The names from Watergate are so funny. Magruder. I found it because Christopher Guest is in it. He plays Magruder. I'm trying to watch like more Christopher Guest like acting, like stuff that he's not necessarily like being comedic. I'm kind of interested in Christopher Guest like in movies where he's just like a small part or something. So he's part of the Watergate. There's G. Gordon Liddy and what's a guy, Halderman or whatever. And it's just Watergate. This fucking miniseries. It's 8 hours long. It's literally, or no, maybe it's 6 hours. I think it's two. It's 480 minutes. That's 8 hours, right? 8 hours of Watergate. Martin Sheen is, it's really good. I encourage people to watch it. It's, I guess a lot of it is taken from the actual transcripts. So they're literally just, and I just think Watergate is a good benchmark to see just how our country has fallen. And what I mean by this, it's like sort of what I was talking about earlier, is just like our concept of like what right and wrong is, and like the fabric of like the rule of law. Like people do not understand it. Like what Nixon did compared to Trump was like pretty small time. It was like some of his thugs what broke into the Democratic headquarters or something. Like, yeah, it was illegal. Like people at the time, even Republicans understood that, and it did not take a lot really for Nixon to like for that domino to fall. He resigned, right? And I don't, who knows exactly. Rip Torn plays Nixon in the movie. Rip Torn as Nixon. He doesn't really do Nixon. He's just kind of Rip Torn. He looks kind of the same. He's like Artie. Artie is Nixon. And you know, the Republican Party was like the party of like these kind of like stuffy, dignified, white, they were all like very like Trump would have been, they would have been like aghast. They would have been like, this guy has no class. Not that they were, I'm not saying the Republican Party back then was like good, but like they're, part of their identity was like they were like the Christian conservative. They weren't like these rock and roll hippies. They weren't, they were squares, they were preppies, they were like serious, and it was about manners or something. That maybe not manners, but like, it was, there was the Republicans especially, but probably both sides really were like, there was a little bit more mutual respect, or just like dignity. I don't know what the right word is, but look at Trump every fucking day. Slush fund of $1.7 billion, insider trading, predictive market gambling. The president absolutely should not be doing that. Are you fucking insane? But the people are too goddamn stupid to understand that. They don't get it. They think, oh, the Biden crime family and Hunter's laptop and Hillary's emails, and It's all corruption. It's Washington. They're politicians. You got to drain the swamp. Trump's going to go in there and drain the swamp. It's like Watergate. There was some sense amongst the country that like this is not right. Nixon lied to us, and it's good that he stepped down in disgrace, and he did. Say what you will about Nixon, at least he was human. You know, he had the like self awareness to be like, okay, these people want me to leave. They want me out of here. I'm no longer wanted. They don't want to kick around Dick Nixon or whatever the fuck he said. You want me to kick around. Could you imagine Trump saying? I mean, Trump would definitely have that self pity, but like he definitely wouldn't resign ever, ever. There's no way that guy would resign ever because he'll go to jail. He knows he'll go to jail. You know, if Watergate happened now, Nixon would just pardon himself. He'd just be like, "Yeah, we fucking did it. We broke in. I was there. I fucking smashed the fucking window in. I was at the island. Yeah, me and Epstein were buds. I'll pardon myself. Let's get some children in here." But this is how far our country has fallen. People do not even realize. I mean, a lot of people do realize. There are definitely a lot of people talking about it. It does no good. No one in the government is doing anything about it. The Democrats can't really do anything. And this, I mean, the Supreme Court, somebody needs to kill them. Look, we need to be more strategic about these assassination attempts. Trump, he's going to die anyway, okay? It'll take care of itself. And he's not really, he's out to lunch. He's not really in charge anymore. You know, these other people, I mean, well, the Iran thing, I don't know. I think more than ever, Trump is just like the figurehead of an agenda, like George W. Bush was. He's really just like the mascot. There's a whole the first time it caught everybody by surprise. Trump didn't really have much of a team. He's had 8 years to plan his second term. Everything he's learned, they had a little break where they could sort of strategize. So now the Heritage Foundation, who wrote Project 2025, and the tech people, those are the people that are really calling the shots. Those are the people that are really in charge. And going forward, I think we'll see that more. I think we will see like probably a collapse of our government, maybe this year. And there will be some kind of tech takeover. It won't be socialism, okay? Bernie is not going to fucking. And I doubt that there will be a revolution either because people are just pussies. They're all on their phones, like me. We're all just like placated by this, by the opiate of the masses. Instagram, YouTube, the opiate of the masses. And what was I just saying about Watergate and resigning? And on a lighter note, I do like John Travolta's beret director thing. I wanted to say something about that real fast. John Travolta is like, he said this thing about like, oh, I want to be a director, but he's like, what? How do I become a director? It's like, they all wear berets. I know how I'll act like a director, and that will make me a director. Is I'll just act, like I'm playing the part of a director. And so what do directors? They wear berets. So like I wear these berets. Well, how the fuck did John Travolta win a Palme d'Or? Like, what was that about? Whose dick did John Travolta suck? Because he likes sucking dick. We know that. We know Travolta's like in the sauna, like getting the happy ending and like taking his bath towel off and shit. That's cool. We love him for it. We love Travolta's gay pilot beret ass. Yeah, so Watergate, I don't know. Yeah, so the country, it's literally dissolving before our eyes. The rule of law, the government might as well be gone already, frankly. The Supreme Court. Oh yeah, the assassination attempts. There's definitely people that could be killed that like are not Trump. Like these Supreme Court justices are never going to leave, right? It's 6-3. Like that was reason enough to vote for both Hillary and Kamala. Like I just don't know how people don't get that. Like how this is what I mean is like no one actually cares about politics. Everybody in the arts, like they wear their politics on their sleeve and everything is about politics, but they don't know anything about politics. All they know is a bunch of bullshit they learned in college about third wave this or whatever. And it's like it's not really a factor in our fucking actual like workings of our government and our day-to-day. And to be honest, we don't want to know that much. Most of our lives, you voted for the president every 4 years and then you tuned it out. Like when Obama was president, I didn't even think about Obama. I did not pay attention at all when Obama was president. Even during his reelection, when he ran against Mitt Romney, I did not watch any of it. I didn't. I didn't even vote because I was just like, this guy's got this. My life was good. You know, my life started getting good around 2008, and it was really good until like 2016. That's not a coincidence. You know, that is causality. Obama, the president really does set the tone, and the policies have a lot of effect on our lives, particularly poor people. Rich people are going to be fine either way. You know, whether or not Elon Musk has $1 trillion or only 700 billion dollars, he'll be fine either way. But it's capital allocation. He's better at capital allocation than the government. He should have all the government's money, obviously. I mean, Elon Musk literally has like the same amount of money as like our budget, our federal budget. Like that is something is way wrong. We all know what it is. It's just where are the Luigi's? You know, where are the fucking Luigi's? Take out fucking Clarence Thomas. Like how strong is this guy's security detail? Like there's 6 Supreme Court justices. Get Kavanaugh out of there. Get who the fuck else? I mean, I don't even know who's left. John Roberts, fuck him. You know, somebody take out Elon Musk. Somebody take out Peter Thiel. Somebody take out, like, somebody's got to be able to make this shit happen. I just feel like Americans, I don't know. We watch TV our whole lives. We sit on our ass, play video games. We live stream. Like, no one actually does anything. No one actually knows how to take action anymore. And I think it's like already been set in motion, to be honest. I think like the dissolution of our government is like it's already been like set on course. And to be honest, I don't know if there's really a whole lot that they can do about it, actually. I think the elections are going to be either not happen or just like look at what happened with January 6th, right? Trump tried to invalidate the results. The same thing will happen in the midterms. You know, these whoever wins these elections or whatever, they will just not let them in. You know, they'll figure out some way to just be like, this was illegitimate and we're not honoring the results of these elections. I think that's a strong possibility. That's what he tried to do on January 6th, but he couldn't get away with it because thank God Mike Pence wasn't on board. That's not the case anymore. He has an administration of people that, like, they all have a plan and they will back him this time. You know, they've got the Supreme Court, they've got everything, and they know that they're fucked. They know that they won't win any more elections. Like the Republican Party, I don't necessarily agree with like people are saying like this is going to end the Republican Party, or like, the backlash. Like I just saw some video about backlash. Oh, Malcolm Gladwell, that fucking idiot. That guy doesn't know dick. He's an idiot. He's like, America's all about backlash. There's going to be such a strong backlash to Trump that like these people, they know it's coming. And, that's why Peter Thiel went to Argentina, because like he doesn't want to face the backlash. It's like bullshit. You're being naive. People are too fucking stupid. Like Trump has stepped over the line, and a lot of the lines that he drew, like anti-war. How many fucking retards voted for Trump because he was anti-war? Like a lot of people. And he just violated that like it was somebody's pussy. And I either think, like, look, these voters have the memory of a fly. Republican voters, especially, are stupid as fuck. That's why they vote for them. Unless you're rich. If you're rich, it makes sense, and you're a selfish prick, it makes sense to vote for Republicans. Like, I understand from like a self-interested point of view, if you're rich, yeah, you're a Republican because you're a piece of shit who's selfish and you don't care about anybody else. But literally anybody else, if you're voting for a Republican, you're a fucking retard, kill yourself. And if you thought Trump was anti-war, you are a retard, kill yourself with a hammer, because you're hurting our democracy. Or if you believe in the apocalypse and revelations and shit like that, then yeah, I guess you should vote for Trump because you're a retard and you should kill yourself. Um, but look, this is how short the memory of the Republicans are. Is George? Look at what happened under George W. Bush. And, and everybody for that matter, because Trump was the president 4 years ago, and somehow people forgot what a nightmare his first term was. I mean, his first term was like a living hell already, and yet the American voters' memory is so fucking short that like they reelected him. And so the American voter is so fucking stupid that George Bush started Iraq, started Afghanistan. Those wars went on forever. And yet the Republicans were the ones this election cycle going in claiming they were anti-war. JD Vance, that's his whole thing. No more wars abroad. It's like, motherfuckers, you started the wars. I heard somebody, I think, was it JD Vance? Somebody said Donald Trump was the first president, I don't remember, since World War II or something, that didn't start any new wars or something like that. First president this century that didn't start any new wars. It's like bullshit. Obama didn't start any fucking wars. Like, I don't think Biden really started any wars. They didn't like go places and invade them. Like, there was already a war in Afghanistan. There was already a war in Iraq. What, Obama did some shit in Libya, I think. It wasn't a war. They overthrew the government, which was maybe not a great thing, but like it wasn't a fucking war where like a bunch of people died. Like, and so, these Republicans are so fucking dumb that they thought that fucking, or their memory is so short, or their willingness to like disown any of the things that they've actually done. They don't take responsibility for it. They don't even know. People, until like this last couple years, I never heard anybody say anything about how the Republicans ran up the deficit and the Democrats always bring it back down. All people thought was Republicans are conservative. They're small government, because that is the branding. It doesn't have anything to do with the reality. The Republicans actually really make the government a big part of our lives. There's nothing small about what's going on now. Like it's all like think about how much fucking gas costs. Think about every fucking thing that's going on. It's like now the government is everything. It's like you can't even have a life because all you fucking hear about is Trump all day and you can't afford anything and there's a war and none of that matters to anybody. All they believe is what the media tells them. And they love talking about how it's the media and it's fake. They don't understand the ways they're being brainwashed. The ways how they talk about the media is brainwashing them. That's one of the ways that they're brainwashed. Is like, things like PBS or NBC Nightly News, like these are actually pretty respectable, objective, fact-based news organizations. It's not brainwashing. They're trying to like tell the objective fact reality of like things that are going on. Like allowing, the Republicans, a lot of their strategy is to like talk shit about something because they want to destroy it and replace it with something worse. Like, oh, the government sucks. Fuck the government. America sucks. These wars, like Biden started these wars, aren't they garbage? Like, uh, then they go in and do something way fucking worse. And the Democrats always have to own it. Like Obama may have done drone strikes to people, but like he did not start two fucking forever wars in the Middle East. He inherited them. And when he became elected, Osama bin Laden was still alive. Like people forget, and it's miraculous to me how people forget this stuff. Like we lived through all of this. You lived through Bush era, you lived through 9/11, you lived through these wars, you lived through Trump the first time, you lived through January 6th. You lived through the Biden era, which like how could you not realize that was like so much better than what we have now and what we had in 2017? Like, are you literally just like an animal? Like, are you so fucking stupid? Like, you can't even tell like what's going on? Like, that's privilege. Like these people that thought Trump was like not really that big a deal, that's privilege. If you think Republicans getting in power is like good for anybody, it's because you're not being personally affected by the fucked up shit that's happening. You probably have health insurance, you probably have a home or a job or whatever. And for the rest of us, it really destroys our fucking lives. And people in this country are so misdirected and dumb that like they don't even see it and they don't understand who's doing it. Like they think the Democrats are big government and just fuck everything up and run the deficit up. And it's like, it's not true. And granted, I am a left person, so maybe I just am more comfortable or something when Democrats are in power, but like, or maybe I just pay too much attention when Republicans are in power or something. But like, I mean, come on, everything that's happening now is impossible to ignore, and it would not be happening under Democratic leadership. I'm sorry, like this shit would just not be happening. Like none of it. There'd be no fucking ballroom. There'd be no fucking UFC fight on the goddamn lawn of the White House. There'd be no fucking war in Iran. There'd be no fucking $5 gasoline. Price of eggs would probably still be acceptable. But the die is cast. We're kind of like too deep in this now. And dude, there's still more. We're not even halfway. There's still more than 2 years left of this fucking. It may be more. Professor Zhang thinks he's going to get a third term. I think that they've hacked the voting machines or something. I sincerely think that. Like, I don't think Trump won that election, frankly. And I think whatever happens in the midterms, I think they're going to rig it, or they're just not even going to care. They're already in there. They're already like way deep. Like they've already broken into the jewelry store. The alarms already went off. It's like, fuck it. Let's finish this fucking job. Let's take everything. And like maybe Trump will escape to Argentina. Maybe Peter Thiel. Maybe that, like the Nazis, they'll all go to fucking South America. We've seen this before. We've seen this fucking story before. The boys from Brazil. I remember watching that movie when I was little. Gregory Peck. They clone Hitler. Watch The Boys from Brazil. If you're a dumbass, watch movies. There's a lot you can learn from movies. If you're stupid, like watch some, Oliver Stone movies. It's an easy way to learn. Watch The Boys from Brazil. Like people now, I think this is one reason why the Republican Party has degenerated. It has become the party of like stupid people. Like Democrats are the overeducated, we appear like we're snobs because all we do is like harangue, Republicans for their bad decision making or whatever. Or, we're constantly like sort of like lecturing, or, we live in the blue states and the blue cities, and oh, aren't we so great? They resent that about us. But like we all went to fucking college. Everybody who's a fucking most of the Democrats went to fucking college. And so we sort of know what's going on. And the leftists, to be fair, like in a perfect world, it probably would be like what they want, you know? But we have really, all of the dumb people who watch Theo Vaughn and who watch UFC, like Rogan. Rogan is a show for dumb people, okay? That's why they like it. That's why it's not on network television, because a bunch of elitist people at NBC are not going to put that shit on. They'll put on Fear Factor, which is, I mean, I think Rogan is a plant. Honestly, I do think he's a plant. He's CIA, man. I think Rogan's CIA. Like that dude he's way more successful than he should be. There's no reason that guy should be I think he's a useful idiot. I think they found him in the 90s and were like, this guy, he could do something for us. We just need to keep an eye. Let's put him on Fear Factor, where we sort of, what a horrible piece of shit that show is. Like they're habituating people to like eating, these humiliating, grotesque, like it's just, what is this? This is despicable. This shouldn't be on TV. It's gross. And what, like, that's late stage capitalism. These people are willing to just like do the most heinous, disgusting things for money. And now that guy elected our president, the host of Fear Factor. That show is like habituating people to being humiliated for money. And it's part of the brainwashing. That's brainwashing. Fear Factor, shit like that is brainwashing. Rogan is brainwashing. PBS is not brainwashing. Democracy Now is not brainwashing. Okay. NBC Nightly News. I mean, I'm sure there's some brainwashing in there. I would say Saturday Night Live is more brainwashing than the news. Any of that shit. I mean, NBC created Trump. The Apprentice, that's brainwashing. That's capitalist propaganda glorifying this fucking fraud. And so, yeah, all the stupid people That's what the Republican Party has become. It's like it's rich people who have absolutely no principles and dumbasses who have absolutely no idea what's going on, who can just be led, you know, and Trump is the fucking Pied Piper. They don't really know what they're voting for, you know, and they trusted him because they're Americans. Americans are like trusting people. They're not bad people. They're just like suckers. There's a sucker born every minute. Wrestling is propaganda. 100%. Wrestling is trying to habituate people to pain and conflict, fighting. There's a lot of racism in wrestling because they're trying to create this sense of normalcy. It's not a coincidence that Trump is like a wrestling participant and like his base. And I love wrestling. That's how I see. So I don't know. What are we gonna? I don't even know what the fuck. I don't think this is gonna go well. Actually, maybe 5 or 6 years from now, after the shit has like, after a lot of pain, that's something people will understand. You know, when there's a lot of pain and destruction in this country, maybe they won't. Like in Germany after World War II, right? Suddenly nobody was a Nazi. No one had ever been a Nazi. No one had ever been MAGA. No one voted for Trump. But Germany, there was all kinds of shit they did to make sure that like they have laws, right, about anti-Semitism. And Japan can't even have a fucking military, right? Japan, it was not allowed to have a military after World War II. In Germany, it's like they knew what they had done. And so they created policies to make sure it wouldn't, like, does Germany have an army? I don't think they're allowed to have like a big army. I think they've started, Japan has too. Japan and I think Germany have started to like bolster their military because of Trump sort of like rearranging the world order. America's no longer the protector. World War II is like fading into the cultural memory. Nobody really understands like why the United Nations exists or why like we try to prevent nuclear proliferation. Like nobody really gets that anymore. Nobody knows what the rule of law is. And like uh what fucking time is it? I do gotta go to sleep kind of soon, but um that's probably what'll happen here. I would, best case scenario at this point. I just think we're too deep in it now. I don't think this is gonna end well. I think we're gonna have to go through like the Iran thing. It's just like it's like a Chinese finger trap. It's like putting your dick in the milking machine. Trump put his dick in the milking machine. They told him not to don't stick your dick in these holes, okay? Don't stick your dick in these holes. Don't stick your dick in these holes. So what does Trump do? Of course he sticks his dick in the hole. He's Trump. He sticks his dick in everything. He can't help it. Little children, whatever. His daughter, porno stars, can't help it. And so we're stuck in the milking machine. They said the United States is going to run out of oil in July. They said most of the world will run out of oil in July if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz. And the only country that's going to have oil is China. And so this works to what did President Xi said America is a has been. We're washed up. Like Gary, what's that? Gary Coleman. We're like Elvis. We're fat. We're bloated. Formerly great. We were great in 1956. Now we're like fat on the toilet. Oh, my love, my darling. And so we're going to shit ourselves to death, America. That's our karmic retribution for killing the Indians and enslaving the blacks and, hating on gays and trannies and being anti woke, not getting people's pronouns right. We have to suffer. And I guess that's our job. The millennials have to bear it. And Gen Z deserves it. Fuck Gen Z. Fuck Gen Z. Gen Z is the stupidest generation in history. They're the only young people that ever voted for a Republican. Ever. It's pathetic. Sad. There's nothing sexy about that. This is how good the Republican branding is. Is like somehow they're like the rebel, cool, sexy party. Kamala's book was like unreadable. It was just like they really punched up her like sassy voice and shit. I grabbed the large print edition. I didn't know it was large print, but I opened it up. I'm like, oh, this is for old people. It's like this is why the Democrats are losing. It's sad. People should vote for them anyway, even though their messaging is totally awkward and fake and kind of forced. It's not about the messaging or the branding. The branding is all bullshit. That is like a marketing technique. Put a cartoon on the cereal box so we can get these children addicted to sugar. That's Trump. Trump is Captain Crunch. He's the cartoon on the cereal box. To use a metaphor that fucking retards who voted for him can understand. Trump is like Captain Crunch and Crunch Berries, okay? They're poison. Little kids absolutely should not be eating that shit. It'll probably set them up for a lifetime of diabetes and high blood sugar and obesity and sugar addiction. But there's a fucking cartoon rabbit on the box and they put a toy in it. And he's doing the YMCA dance. So that's more fun than this fucking genocide fucking fake ass bitch who won't even go on Rogan. She's too afraid to go on Rogan because she wants to script the answers and she wants Rogan to like come to her and shit. Rogan doesn't do that shit. You go face to face with Rogan, man. He asks you the hard questions about aliens and DMT. He is a fucking idiot. It was good that there was gatekeepers. They're like, NBC wasn't like, let's have Rogan host, Charlie Rose. NBC was like, let's have this fucking meathead host like the show where like the little kids eat worms and shit. Like they're on the playground. Literally Fear Factor. It's like what a bully does to like kids on the playground. It's like, eat this. I'm gonna put your head in like the mud. Oh, look at these worms. Put that in your mouth. I'll give you $1 or I'll punch you. That's like the level that Rogan works at. He's for like, what is it? Everybody's got like a sixth grade reading level now. Or, what is it? There's that quote somebody said, everybody's 12 now. It's like, yeah, that's because they read at a 12-year-old level, if that. Like Rogan, that's why they listen to Rogan, because they're children. Intellectually, they are children. And if you're smart, that's not cool. Nobody likes that. All of the smart people are woke. And we all know how fun that is. It's just an endless guilt trip. And it's equally divisive. I think wokeness was pushed on us by these same people, these right wing people. I think it's a right wing thing. Just like pro life, pro choice. Trans, God bless our trans brothers and sisters, and we love them. They should be able to live their lives in peace. They shouldn't be this fucking lightning rod. And it's completely a divisive political issue for people on the left. That's ultimately not that consequential. Like, what is it? 1% of people are trans or something. Like, good for them. Let them live their lives. And let's not make every fucking thing about them. I mean, Jesus Christ, everything you hear is like, we don't want these trans men playing women's sports or whatever. It's like, this is not a real issue. This is not, my rent is $1,800 a month. I could care less if somebody wants to, however they want to identify. Good for you. Go do it. We don't care. We don't care. The liberals never cared. The liberals were never bigoted about this. The liberals have always been progressive. And in fact, for the last 30 years, that's basically all they've been. All the Democrats have done in the last 30 years is like help gay people get rights. Good for them. What about the fucking rest of us? Which is like most of us. Like gay people run everything. And like I'm just a little tired of it. I have nothing against gay people. I never did. But it's like it creates a division in the Democratic Party where like now there's leftists and there's liberals. And if you're like a Democrat from the 20th century, you're like this fucking lame ass passe liberal. Whereas like if you're a leftist, you have some policy that like no one is ever gonna fucking I think they're delusional that they think like Bernie would have won. I do not think he would have won. I think he would have gotten slimed. Trump would have fucking eaten him for lunch. If Bernie would have won, the only reason he would have won is because he's a white guy. Like say what that's the racism right there. The fact that people would not vote for Kamala or Hillary, that is sexist right there. It's not they and what I mean by that is like subconsciously the people were definitely misogynist toward Hillary especially. The Republican slander machine had been using Hillary as a punching bag literally since the fucking 80s. And just like her presence on TV was not confidence instilling. She kind of comes off as like she's like Yoko or something. She's like this quiet bitch. And it's like that matters too much in our politics. People think the president is like a television character that they watch. Because for most of our lives, to be honest, like Americans have enjoyed a pretty high standard of living. And so whatever the president did, it didn't really matter that much. The president never really fucked up, at least, not in ways that people like Reagan fucked up our lives a lot, but people didn't really get that. They liked what he was doing. They loved Reagan. He won in a fucking landslide. It shows you how stupid this country is. Um, the hell was I saying? I was talking about Kamala Hillary, sexist. Yeah, so I mean, even I just think subconsciously people see a man and well, Trump is totally a television. He's like, the knee plus ultra of that. Like George Bush was an example of that. In our lifetime, it's like it's always the most charismatic person that wins every single fucking time. Because the president is just a guy on TV, basically. To most people, it's just like, oh, I gotta watch some dickhead who's gonna be in the shitty government. I'd rather have it be George Bush, who's like kind of funny, like Will Ferrell, rather than like John Kerry. Like, ugh, that guy sucks. He's awkward and like all the Democrats. He's like this awkward. He's not a TV star. He's not a game show host. Obama was charismatic. He could tell jokes. He could slow jam the news. He could play basketball. He had Hollywood sex appeal. That's why he won. Mitt Romney did not have that. Hillary didn't have that. Even Biden was like he was able to sort of hold his own with Trump's charisma. They're kind of similar. They're like these old, and once again, that's people's sexism. People thought Biden was trustworthy. Hillary is this duplicitous woman. Kamala, she's this fucking deceitful fucking cunt. She's a cop. It's like, it's deep down, it is like a misogyny at the heart of it. But, the Democratic politicians are awkward because they're statesmen. They're not game show hosts. The president should be boring. He's doing his fucking job. Look at Peter Sellers and Strange. Does that guy look like the president? He's bald. I don't know who was that based on. Adlai Stevenson or something? Oh, this is kind of interesting. I heard this quote. In the ancient world, they didn't have TV. Their visual narrative of their environment was all they had. So this woman was making this point about Trump's arch. I watched this video. It was about how Trump's arch like blocks out Arlington National Cemetery from what is it? The Lincoln Memorial, I think. You can look out over the Potomac, and you're supposed to be able to see Arlington National Cemetery because the idea is like what she's saying is, now we have these other ways of creating our visual narrative and our propaganda, our common sense of like story, the American story. It's like now it's like there's a lot of different ways to disseminate that, right? Like videos, movies, TikTok, whatever, YouTube. There's tons of ways to like embody the visual narrative of like what it means to be an American. Whereas her point was in the ancient world, like Rome and shit, was like the design of their cities had this like symbolic meaning that was like the narrative. It was the story. That was the bet. Things like the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial. The way that they're set up is like a visual narrative. The way that you travel through them as a human being, right? And so now we live in this era where it's like something like that can seem like it's not important. Something like this arch, you can just be like, everybody dismisses everything Trump does. It's just like, oh, liberals just they got Trump derangement syndrome. Everything he does, they just fucking get pissed about it. I hope some of these fucking people on the right now are experiencing some serious pain at the pump and shit because they own themselves. Fucking idiots. You think you're owning the libs. Well, now you own yourselves. So fuck you. Like, who's motivated by that? Who's motivated by like, yeah, I want to vote just because I want to see somebody cry? I want to see the cry liberal tears. It's like, you're a piece of shit. I hope you rot in hell. Like, what kind of fucked up person is like motivated by that? And so the arch can just, first of all, it's ridiculous. The first fucking thing we should do when Trump dies or whenever this is over is tear all of this shit down. Tear down this fucking stupid arch, tear down this fucking ballroom. Whatever the fuck Trump has done or put up, they should just get rid of all of it. And I hope there is a period of a Nuremberg. Whenever this is over, I hope there is a period of like, holy shit. We should have listened to the libtards. They were right. I don't know how people aren't already saying that. Like with the gas, with the war, how are people not being like, you know what? You were right. We were wrong. This guy lied to us. They're the ones with fucking Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome just means you voted for him 3 times. I hate what he's doing. Did you vote for him? Yeah, I voted for him 3 times. So this arch, right? The idea is like, it's so tall, it obstructs the view of Arlington National Cemetery. Right. And the Arlington National Cemetery, Civil War, it was Robert E. Lee's like family farm. That's why they did it, because they wanted to ruin his property, basically, to make him pay for what he fucking did. The cocksucker. And so a lot of what Trump is doing is trying to take us back to 1830. Fuck you, Matt Gazda, too. Matt Gazda is a fucking plant. I'm so sick of fucking Matt Gazda's bullshit. That dude is a right-wing propagandist. I read some fucking blog he had before Trump started the wars and early in Trump's term. There was a lot of dumbasses in New York, downtown, who were like, oh, it's not going to be that bad. It was just like, we're going to just go back to, people are going to talk about politics that much. Trump will be president. Like, it won't be about wokeness. It won't be about all politics. We're just going to go. It's like, you're an idiot. You're not going to have a choice. It's going to be in your fucking face every day. Matt Gazda had this article about Andrew Jackson. How Trump is like Andrew Jackson, and like Andrew Jackson was like, I don't even remember what it's about because it was so dumb. Fuck you, Matt Gazda. You're a piece of shit and you're a plant. You're probably getting that Peter Thiel money. And your plays suck. Not that I've ever seen any of them. Fuck you and your cokehead friends. And so they're trying to get rid of all of they want to enslave us again, basically, and go back to the way it was. We're all going to be on a plantation. We're all going to be on an AI plantation. That's what these data centers are. It's all evil. It's all devil shit. These data centers, crypto, they're all designed to kill the environment. That's what they're for. They're designed to not do anything and to fucking destroy the environment way exponentially faster than anything else. That's what they're for. These people are evil. They are the Satanists, okay? Kevin O'Leary and Trump and Peter Thiel, they're the Satan worshipers. What do you think Epstein is doing on that island? They're doing these like weird occult rituals and shit because they're evil. And so his arch is a narrative example of that, where he is superseding and literally dividing. If you look at Arlington National Cemetery from, I think it's the Lincoln Memorial, maybe it's the Washington Monument, I don't remember. But it's like, you see And the idea is the politicians, whoever goes to Washington, is supposed to be able to fucking like see this vista and meditate on like the Civil War, the people that died. But it's also like there's something unifying about it, right? Because the view, you're seeing it from Washington, that's the South, this is the North, that's Robert E. Lee's fucking house. And yet, after the Civil War, it's sort of reintegrated, it's sort of harmonized with the grid plan. Washington, D.C., it's very deliberate, it's a designed city. And so part of the design is like a poem. It's like Central Park. It's an engineered story in public space. This is like Disney World. There's psychological narrative reasons why they create a certain flow and a certain feng shui or chi or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like look at fucking, ancient, Indian civilizations and shit. Their whole fucking thing would be designed around like, that's where the sun is, and we're gonna build these huge fucking, and the whole thing is like oriented toward like, the stars and the sun and astrology and shit. It's like that because they didn't have movies, they didn't have paintings, they didn't have all these other ways to narrativize their experience. They literally had to build it in to their fucking structures, like Stonehenge or something, because that's ultimately that is where we live, and like that stuff does have meaning and weight, and we honestly we should be taking that kind of consideration now with all of our urban design and whatever planning. There should be that sense of like, holistic awareness, meaning. There should be a sense of meaning. I think that's one reason why I like Manhattan and Central Park so much, because it's literally like this, it's an open and an environment where you can get into all of these stories, and you see the way that the park kind of unfurls. It's like a choose your own adventure or something. And so it's like, when they build super talls, it changes our whole sense of priorities as a society. It symbolizes, it's an emblem, right? It's like there's this famous thing about whatever the tallest building in your city or town indicates the values of your society, right? Like in villages 300 years ago, the tallest building was always the church. The steeple was the tallest thing. They did that on purpose. That wasn't an accident. That was a visual narrative that says God is the most important thing here, right? The steeple pokes up. Look at pictures of old towns and shit. The steeple is always the tallest thing. In New York, the tallest thing for a long time was the Empire State Building, which is, an office building where it's like about enterprise. There's a sort of a collectivity to that. I mean, it does indicate capitalism. I don't know. The symbolism of the Empire State Building you could go into for a long time about what it means and what it represented. And that was what our society was about, from 1930 towards recently. There was some sense that there was like a collective wealth building, offices, work, creating things, New York, business. But like there's still, the Empire State Building, there's still some collectivity, corporate, outside. Whereas like now, what's the tallest building? What are the tallest buildings in Manhattan? They're all these fucking super tall residential buildings. Private wealth, individual private wealth. That is the highest value of our society now. It's no longer the church. It's no longer like some kind of collective business enterprise. Now it's literally these empires of like these super rich. There's nothing in these fucking buildings. They're unlivable. It's a perfect symbol of like the way our society has just like necrotized, and it's a husk. You know, it's just like we all of our businesses now are designed to make as much fucking money for the shareholders and fuck everything else. You know, just like fuck the product, fuck the workers, fuck everybody. Let's make as much money for the shareholders and the people that own this so they can park their wealth. You know, these super talls are just banks. It's like a safety deposit box, but it's not a collective. You know, it's an individualized private wealth empire that ultimately it's like you can't actually live there. It's literally just like an empty vessel of capital. Like that is the visual narrative of our current feng shui or whatever. That's not good. That's bad. They should tear these fucking super talls down. But it's a result of our priorities and our values. Something has changed. You know, like there used to be a little bit more, you know, even now today, when you look at this Empire State Building, it's been humiliating. Like that, you know, they built this fucking empty, super tall on Fifth Avenue or something that like totally blocks the view of the Empire State Building. And it's like, just like what Trump did with Arlington. So he built his fucking arch over some fucking bridge or something, or they want to build it. And the idea is that it breaks up the view of Arlington National Cemetery. You know, the arch just fucking goes right up, so you can't really see it, the cemetery. It's like they're trying to destroy that. They don't want you to like they want to, you know, it's a visual division. They're redividing the country by putting that arch there. That was sort of the point of this woman's video. It's a symbolic, you know, division. Uh, I was going to talk about Uday Hussein. Talk about evil. Jesus Christ. Uday Hussein is a piece of shit. Whoops. But I don't know. I don't need to get into that. I'll probably wrap up. I guess I have been doing this 3 fucking hours. I didn't get on all week. Um, um oh yeah. I'm so sick of AI. I don't care about AI. I don't like AI. I don't want to use it for anything. I think it is all bullshit. You know, like these people on top have so much power and they're just ramming this down our throats, claiming that it's going to do this, that, this, that, and it's like it's bullshit. It's just a fucking scam, like all of it. It's a, you know, it's a collective hallucination they all need to believe in so they can crank the stock value. Just like Elon Musk being a genius, you know, it's like they need those delusions, otherwise Tesla stock would be worthless. If Elon Musk was just another fucking tool bag, which he is, or if, you know, AI isn't just going to come in and fucking revolutionize everything. I think maybe that's the future war. Be like Terminator 2, us versus machines. David Cameron called it. I mean, can you kill AI? You can't really kill it. You can just unplug it. I mean, I don't think the AI is going to be that powerful. If it uses all this electricity, all you have to do is like turn the switch off. Just forget to charge it. It'll be dead. I mean, it uses so much fucking power. I mean, maybe it is the future. We are like in the early stages. Like, if you look at movies and shit, I went to the Museum of the Moving Image the other day. Check out the Sopranos exhibit. They had a Muppets exhibit. And if you look at like they were showing the Great Train Robbery, which was like I think they said it was the first blockbuster. It came out in 1903, and it's like pretty primitive. And like it took 40 or 50 years for movies to like sort of develop to the point where they were a little more visually interesting than that. Like Citizen Kane really is probably the first movie. If you look at any movie made before Citizen Kane, they all kind of look like the Great Train Robbery. Everything looks like kind of like a stage play, basically. It's everything's shot real far away, and the actors are kind of even talkies in the 30s. A lot of them just look like a stage play. It's like they've got some huge set, and the camera's real far back. And so my point being, like, it takes time for these things to develop and really like come into their own. And AI, we are still in like the real initial stages of that. And so we are seeing like a primitive technology to some degree, 20 or 30 years from now, who the fuck knows what it's going to be like. And I mean, I definitely, when I was younger, I had the realization that like evolution, if it's going to continue to, and it will, it does, but like for us, I think I had this thought 20 years ago or something, way before AI or before it was such a fucking huge part of our lives. Just like, um, if we're going to evolve, we're probably going to design it ourselves. It's probably going to be like technology is evolution in a way. Technology allows it's tools that sort of like extend our body, give it different capabilities. That's almost like evolution, really, honestly. Like this is not any different than this sort of. This allows me to do, you know, a lot of things. This, is sort of a prosthetic memory or something. It's an extension of your organism, but it's almost like biotech. Oh yeah, I went frisbee golfing today. I found a disc frisbee golf. Um, it's a driver. I think I'm gonna get into frisbee golf. There's only one frisbee golf course in New York, and it's you know 25 minutes from here. And so to use the movies as an example again, look at what happened to vaudeville, right? When movies came in, vaudeville, the whole thing of it was you had to see it in person. And a lot of people had like an act where they did one thing. They were like a fucking sword swallower, or, they had some gimmick. They get shot with a cannonball. Well, maybe that wasn't vaudeville, but the point being, like, they could film the act and then just it's the age of art and the age of art and the age of mechanical reproduction, right? Now there's mechanical reproduction. And so vaudeville went out of business. They didn't need the people anymore. They could just show fucking movies. They could film Clark Gable and send it to every fucking theater in the country. And so cut out the fucking human element, really. We can have one guy who's a movie star, or a handful of people in LA. We can make the shit here. It's not like vaudeville where it's like there's fucking theaters all over the country. If you read like bios of the Marx Brothers, Buster Keaton, it's like they were on the vaudeville circuit when they were like kids on trains going every fucking place. I mean, they went everywhere because they had shows. Like they were on this vaudeville. So that was the best they had. They couldn't just send fucking films everywhere. Like they had to physically go there. And so there was an economy for that where entertainers could learn their craft, they could get better, work with small audiences, whatever, develop. Charlie Chaplin, these guys had been on stage for, I mean, Buster Keaton had been on stage for 20 fucking years by the time he was in a movie or something. Like, um, I'm sure there's still some of that, but like, my point being, this AI thing in Hollywood feels like a similar, like, epochal kind of like change where movies came in, talkies came in, talkies, right? Put all the fucking silent movie stars out of business. Charlie Chaplin, that movie, The Circus, that's kind of what's about how, certain things have their day. And then, one little technology can come along and just destroy an entire industry. And that's capitalism. And that's, survival of the fittest or nature. All the time these fucking Republicans are using like evolutionary rhetoric to justify like their ruthlessness in business. It's like, well, that's nature, man. Survival of the fittest. You gotta fucking beat everybody. You gotta win, win, win. You gotta be the strongest. That's how nature does it. It's like I think that's a bad. I don't think that's true. Actually, I don't. There's definitely like a lot of murder in nature, but like I think there's more harmony than we are giving it credit for. Like these ecosystems are mutually sustaining. Like, yeah. And even I think with animals, like if an animal eats another animal, I do think that there's some like respect or something that happens between animals. Like it's not that doesn't feel as exploitative to me as some fucking capitalist landlord charging everybody shitloads of money to live or something. Like nature, I don't know. Like a lot of animals are vegetarians. Squirrels eat nuts and shit. They don't want to be bothered. They don't want to fight. Um, is that the law of nature? Is just like you got to win, and everything that doesn't win dies. It's kind of stacked that way, but I don't know. Maybe the AI will come in and put all of the movie people. I mean, we're just seeing that. I think in general, things like TikTok, things like YouTube, streaming. It's a similar thing to like what happened to vaudeville. Like Hollywood is kind of being superseded. There's new technologies that have put them out of business. And unless they can evolve, to use the metaphor again, they said the most the feature that like guarantees that animals will survive the longest or whatever is like their ability to evolve. And it's hard. If something like that changes and just like your entire industry undergoes like a sea change overnight, you can't always evolve. Like Buster Keaton. Look at Buster Keaton. He was a silent film star, and when the talkies came in, he was a has been. I don't know why. He had a pretty nice voice, just something was different about it. And suddenly, they didn't even want his movies. Like a couple years before, he's making The General. It's like, couldn't he have done that in the 30s? Like, give this guy a fucking movie, make him. But something happened, and he just couldn't evolve. I guess so. He got wiped out. Kinda. I mean, he was still around, but well, it's just the nature of the thing, I guess. But there's not really anybody that's going to go in and be like, "Yo, wait a minute, we need vaudeville because these entertainers need a training ground and blah blah blah." It's money. It's all money. If it's not making money anymore, if the economics aren't there, if they can do something cheaper, which is ultimately I think what movies were, they can consolidate stardom into these celebrities in Hollywood. I played that gig Friday at Status Q, the pool hall. And as I was sitting there, I was thinking, this is how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be just like, this could have been happening 400 years ago. Like we're in this small, not small, but it's like, it's a bar. And like just, there's all these people sitting at the bar and there's this girl playing guitar and these people are sitting at the bar watching and, listening to her fucking music and I'm like, this is how it's supposed to be. This is what they had to do. 300 or 400 years ago, before the age of mechanical reproduction, it's like that's all you had was like there were some blokes at the local pub or whatever, and they were the celebrities. Like that was the only entertainment you had. It was like some probably you know average at best, but like that is how it's supposed to be. How do we it's just a shame that like these economics rule our lives and dictate what can get done and not get done. If something doesn't make any money, eventually it's going to die out. Or it's now there's like there's big celebrities, there's big entertainment powerhouses and shit, and so you know being some kind of like average entertainer at a local pub just feels like a hobby. You're not really legitimate unless you're rich and famous. But it's like I don't know. Human beings entertain each other. It's a small thing, and so like seeing these people at the bar like watch, they were really appreciating it, and I'm like, this is nice. We're all here. This person's making this live. It's their song. It's their sound, and it's local. So it gives us all a use. It gives us all a purpose. It's like, okay, maybe you're not Taylor Swift on the fucking Eras tour, but like, these old people at the pool hall or whatever, are like, you're really brightening their day. And so it gives the entertainer a reason to live. It gives the audience, like entertainment and personable. They can talk. It's not like this god worship arena stadium thing. It's more of a peer to peer. The person in the bar is like one of them. She's like part of the gang. They're part. We're the regulars here. We're here every night. We're here for the music. We like sitting at the bar, and we love whoever's playing. They're part of you know our life. They're part of our social. And I just think they should use AI to create. Somebody said AI could be like angels. Where like the AI is there to take care of us, basically. And it being not alive, really. It's a hallucination. It's not actually alive. It just appears that it's alive. It appears that it's conscious to us. But, human beings need to stay. We are useful to each other. But it really feels like these tech guys have got in their head like this AI is not for us. In fact, we are just here for it. We're just here to create the AI like fucking Pinocchio or whatever, and then it gets up and walks around with no strings on and leaves us behind like Geppetto. or Geppetto, or an old Italian man that's fading quickly. And humanity, it's like that thing in My Dinner with Andre, right? He says this thing about the 1960s was the last burst of the human being. All these bands interacting, people dancing, hippies, whatever. And what's coming now is like robot uprising. That's the next step in human evolution, is like basically digital life forms, computer life forms, non-organic life forms, life forms that aren't really alive, I guess. Is it just going to be a bunch of robots that don't actually have any kind of like soul consciousness running around, like operating the planet, like using the planet, like is that the dream? It's just, it's disturbing hearing Elon Musk. Everything he says is fucking disturbing. And he does it in such a way that it sounds like innocuous, or like the government is bad at capital allocation. And so I just think that I should, capital allocation. I'm just better at capital allocation, and so we should have the capital allocation. And it's like, what you're saying is, you want all our tax dollars, is what you're saying. You're saying like you think the government doesn't use it properly on social programs or whatever, and you think you should have it so you can go to fucking outer space. You son of a bitch. Like, I hope this guy dies in a fiery rocket crash. I hope Elon Musk gets challengered. Or like, I hope that thing happens to him. I hope he does go to Mars, okay? I hope Elon Musk does make it to Mars. And you know what I hope happens to him? Remember the end of Total Recall when Arnold Schwarzenegger like gets pushed out into the fucking like actual atmosphere of Mars, and it's like his head like looks like a fucking chew toy. I hope that's what happens to Elon Musk. I hope he's in outer space and he gets, sucked out of the fucking shuttle dock bay doors or whatever, and he all of his blood just explodes out of his face from no gravity. That's my wish. So I don't know. It feels like things are going to get worse, and I don't know if they are going to get better. This might just be the end of humanity, to be honest, or like the end of most of us. They're not really going to need most of us. Like we're just kind of like uh no longer able, nor no longer useful, really. Like we're not necessary. They don't need us to like serve them anymore. They don't need waiters. They don't need, construction workers. They don't need drivers. They don't need whatever. They'll just have robots do it. And so fucking kill all of us. I saw something about like if you program the AI to like never hurt human beings or something, then like the AI will. I think this is something Professor Zhang said, was like the AI will, what the AI will understand, or like the only way the AI can like execute that objective, like the AI, okay, in order to not hurt human beings, it just has to like kill all of us, because it will hurt us if we stay alive. Like there's no way to guarantee, or like I think they said this something about self-driving cars. Like they want to program the self-driving cars to like uh I forget what it was, but it's like the only way that the car can actually do this is if like, well, they said something about like in order to like, oh yeah, this is what it was, is like in order for self-driving cars to work, they all have to be self-driving. There can't be any human beings on the road, because that's the only way. If there's like a human element, the AI can't really, like, I don't know, predict it, or it's like an X factor. There's sort of a randomness involved with that. So like the only way that like the self-driving cars can really function is like all of the fucking cars have to be self-driving. And so it's like a similar thing with like us surviving. It's like in order for the AI to be able to like cooperate with us, or like it has to like kill all of us, or like that's what it's like computer brain is going to logically, that's like the conclusion that it will come to, is like, well, the only way we can do this is to just get rid of all the humans, because there's no other way to do it, like based on the programming directive. Is that raining? I think it might be raining. So it just feels like that is, if anything is over the hill, that's what it is. It's not. I don't think it's going to go back to like hippie America. I don't think there's going to be like, maybe there will be a universal basic income, but I think that is just like another kind of like Henry Ford thing, where it's like they realize that we need to have money to buy things. Otherwise, there will be no economy. Like, who's going to buy shit? Is AI going to buy shit from the other AI? Like, the robots are going to be consumers, you know, and that's how the billionaires will stay on top, is like the AI will just create and consume every there, and then the wealth will be, go to the billionaires. Uh, we'll find out, I guess. I don't know. It seems like the future is starting to take shape, and it doesn't look good. You know, it looks like these tech guys have a plan. They're already well into it, and it doesn't really involve us very much. I don't think they have our best interests at all in any way. I don't think they care. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think we're like a problem that they're trying to like solve. And so, if human beings, I mean, this data center in Utah, like, these people need to take up arms. That is what the Second Amendment is for. The Second Amendment is for shit like this. The Second Amendment is for Trump. That's why they put the Second Amendment in the Constitution, for something like Trump. That's why we have the right to bear arms, because to fight tyranny. And if everybody in this fucking community in Salt Lake or wherever it is, Utah, is like up in arms, and they don't even have a say in it. It's like, that's tyranny. Trump is tyranny. This guy has so much fucking power. Tyrannosaurus Trump. And that is what we fought England for, because there was tyranny, because they charged a fucking stamp tax or whatever. That was tyranny. And so it's like we're having this like AI billionaire oligarch tyranny. Where's all the Second Amendment fuck faces? Like, what do they think it's for? They think it's for like the libtards. When Hillary comes and tries to take our guns, that's when the Second Amendment, that's what it's for. It's like, no, it's actually to like fight, you know, people that are trying to take your rights away, and like dictators, which is what Trump is. The gun ensures that you have like a self sovereignty, which these people don't really seem to care about that. Like, and at a certain point, it might be too late to fight back. I guess what I'm saying is like, unless we do it now, like, what are people waiting for? The midterms? Like, what are you waiting for? Like, your cost of living has exploded. The cost of gas. I think this summer is going to be nuts. I think like I said, they said in July we're going to run out of oil. The whole fucking planet. Like, people don't really understand. They think that we're like in the energy. Like, I heard somebody say this. They said they think we're in the energy crisis already. It's like it hasn't even started yet. Some guy was talking about Iran in the 73, 74. There was some oil embargo. All the OPEC countries had like, it was similar to this, where like oil didn't move for like 150 days, they said. And they said the interest rate on a house went up to 16% because there was no, you know, economy moving. The oil wasn't coming. And so they said, the oil was like shut off for like 150 days. And they said if we were in the similar situation now, which we are, we're on day 7. We've only started this. And like people think that like this is as bad as it's going to get or something. It's like it hasn't even really. I mean, they said something about the price of gas went down and the price of oil went down because Trump manipulated the market or something. It's all fucking fake. They'll probably do it around the election too. If there is an election, they'll probably like artificially lower the gas prices. All of his cronies who own all of these companies will be like, you know what, you know, from September through December, we'll bring it down to like 225, 250, 260, 270, and then we'll crank it right back up as soon as we win the elections. So I don't know. I don't really want to fight anybody. I try to fight with a microphone. And this, as pathetic and pointless as it is, I guess this doesn't do shit. I think all of the posting and influencing, it's a red herring. It's a way to make you feel like you're active and politically effective, and it doesn't do shit. My poetry doesn't do shit. Nobody fucking listens. So what do we do? Somebody's got to. We need more Luigi's. That's what they're afraid of. That's the way that they're looking at it. They're looking at it like we want to. We're not having another French Revolution. Peter Thiel. I'm not getting my head cut off. He went to Argentina. Maybe I'll close with this. Okay. I don't really. I mean, I've heard a number. I Everybody thinks it's because, right, like supposedly Argentina is like out of the nuclear fallout. If there is like some kind of massive nuclear exchange, Argentina is actually going to be like one of the few places left on Earth, I think, that's like habitable. That's what I saw on the map anyway. I think it's naive to think that. I mean, if there's a nuclear winter, we'll all die. And like these guys really want to live anyway. Like these billionaires, like they really want to kill everybody. And what are they? Is life really that great? I mean, I guess they're billionaires. They're super paranoid of like losing their money and power, becoming just another loser like the rest of us. But having $1 billion is going to be pointless after everybody dies. Like the money will not mean anything. Like you'll just be another fucking person with nobody to boss around. And it's got to be a lot more. I mean, I feel like part of the psychology of being a boss is just like you want to force people to be your friends. If somebody's paying you, they sort of like have to hang out with you, or you have to hang out with them, or like work is sort of like a forced hanging out. And so these boss people and these capitalists are just like such piece of shit losers. Nobody actually would want to be around them, but we have to because we need to get paid. They said something about like I mean, Trump what gave Argentina $20 billion. That was like one of the first things he did. I feel like that was like probably over a year ago or around a year ago. And it's like I don't. There's something fishy going on there with Argentina. It's like I guess they're setting up their escape plan, or Peter Thiel already fucking moved. I mean, I saw a video that was saying it's like he didn't move there because he's afraid. He didn't move there because of, nuclear winter. He didn't move there. He moved there because he's trying to like create a country that's like a technocracy or whatever. And he's gonna do it in Chile or Argentina first. It's like his experiment. Argentina's like his project. He's gonna try to like Peter Thielize it. And I don't know if I agree with that because like didn't they already do that here? I mean it definitely feels like they did that here. Like Argentina's not like, I mean, America's the biggest superpower. Like if there's any country that like you want to like engineer into your own little private, you know, uh republic or whatever, it's like it would be America, wouldn't it? It's like Argentina's kind of a step down. Kind of a downgrade, but what do I know? Good riddance. Fuck him. I hope he stays there. Maybe they'll kill him down there. Argentinians probably get the job done better than we would. Americans are just too docile. Everything is like performative in this country. Like nobody actually does anything. It's all for show. It's all to get attention. It's all to get likes. It's all to get like respect, whatever, clout, to feel good about yourself. Like it's an insanely narcissistic country. We've been told our whole lives it's the greatest country, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. I mean, when will we have our uprising? I'm ready. I'm ready any fucking time. I've been ready. That's why I live my life to bring it full circle. And I'll end with this, but like that's why I live my life the way I do. I don't want a job working for, I did video shit for Victoria's Secret, for corporations, for Les Wexner. I don't want to contribute to that. I do not want to work in most things, most jobs where you get paid well and you're treated well are evil. You're working for something evil in this country. I don't want to do advertising. I don't want to be, I live according to my principles, which not a lot of people do. I put a lot at stake and I have done what I believed in with my life to the best that I could. Maybe I didn't do everything I wanted to do, but like I tried fucking hard. You know, I wrote my fucking ass off. I do this. I played fucking music. I'm a passionate person. I've helped a lot of fucking people get on stage and get moving, get creative, even Trumpers, even dumbass Trumper comedians, I've helped. I did the best that I fucking could. And you know what didn't help? Getting some stupid fucking job somewhere. That's a waste of time. I wish somebody would just give me the money because I wish somebody would just give me $2 million because I would know how to use it. You know what I could do with $2 million? Holy shit. I've done all of this with no money. I've had no fucking money. I don't spend any money on anything. And I've created all of this shit. And all I see is a bunch of people who are just like trapped. People who want to do more with their lives, who don't know how to do it, people who don't have the guts or the courage to get out there, to drop out. And so I wish some other fucking people would get serious. And I'm not talking about a bunch of DSA people. Like, there has been no meaningful movement against Trump in the last 2 years. And that includes like the leftists. There's no fucking protests or anything. I mean, there's that fucking stupid, what was it? No Kings. How fucking gay. I mean, that is fucking gay. I'm sorry. I am not going to the No Kings protest. It's just all of the whoever's branding all of this leftist stuff just sucks. Black Lives Matter. It's like that just sucks. Like I agree with the what it's about, but like it's not compelling. It's not a compelling like branding. And that is a problem that the left has. The left has forgotten how to be cool. It's a bunch of like, endless fucking lecturing people, and they want it. The whole leftist thing is based on alienation. They don't want you. They want to feel like they're cooler than you and better than you. It's like you're either all in and you fucking mimic all of their stupid talking points, or like they just don't want you, you know, and that is really stupid politically. You're never gonna build a fucking constituency like that. You're gonna alienate, and that's what happened during the election. The leftists fucked it all up because it was not realistic what they were asking, and that is kind of the point of it. People want to believe that it's like the government can just do all of this stuff, socialism, and like it could, but we're kind of a long way from that. Even if Bernie got elected, he would not have gotten shit done. No, look at Obama tried to pass health care. Look what happened. The Republicans completely fucked it up. If you were if you paid attention, you saw that. You see how our government works. Obama tried to do some shit. They wouldn't let him. McConnell fucking roadblocked every goddamn thing Obama tried to do, including putting a fucking Supreme Court justice. And what did Obama do? I mean, what could he have done? What would Trump have done? Obama's not like that. Obama's like a shy, kind of passive guy in a lot of ways, it seems like. He's sensitive. And so now everybody just looks at Obama and they're like, oh, he did drone strikes and, he lied to us. He wasn't what we thought he was going to be. He tried. He tried a little bit. The Democrats were still in a place where it's like, hey, we're playing by the rules with like a sense of decorum on to both sides, and they expected the Republicans to do the same, and they got fucking pasted. The Republicans are pieces of shit. You know, they're like it's like Monopoly. It's like they own all of fucking hotels and shit, and we're all just slowly going bankrupt. Like it's a foregone conclusion at this point. It's like the game is over. They own everything. They have control of everything. They have the Supreme Court. Trump is not going to leave. I don't even think the midterms are going to happen, frankly. I don't think there's going to be like a normal election in any way. I do not see that happening at all. And even if it does happen, it's like they gerrymandered the shit, and I don't think the Democrats are going to win enough in the Senate. So it's like, yeah, they might get the House, but like they had that the first time Trump was the president. They impeached him twice. It didn't do any good. Like Trump has 6 Supreme Court justices. As long as they just sort of deflect anything to the Supreme Court, he'll get whatever he wants. And so this will not end without some kind of major, maybe other countries would come and interfere. Maybe China and fucking who knows who else will like come over here. I mean, I guess I don't think they can, but if there's like a civil war here, I mean, it's not like against the MAGA people, it's against this administration. The MAGA people are just sheep. They just like they see the shiny object and you know, they're mesmerized. But we're not really against them. You can't really, in a certain way. I mean, I do blame them, but like in a certain way, like you can't. Like they're just their brain has been mismanaged with great skill, as Bob Dylan says. Their brains have been mismanaged with great skill. That is, you know, that's MAGA. That's people who voted for Trump. And I also think it's naive to think that like America is going to like blow up and something better is going to happen. If you've seen like, it's we know this because we studied history is like usually when people's rights are taken away, they don't come back. Usually when a democracy goes away and turns into a dictatorship, it does not come back. People don't really they're fickle. These leftists are fickle. And they're just like, "Nah, I don't want this. I don't want this dish. Send it back. It's not perfect. Send this back. I don't want Kamala. She's not. No, this is not exactly everything I wanted. So I'm not voting for this person." And now it's over. And these people pretend like they're fucking like Che Guevara or something. They pretend like they're these like radical like revolutionaries. It's like they're a bunch of spoiled brats. Their parents are rich and they're just gonna pout. They're just gonna cry their little baby fucking. And people seem to talk about like there's this with glee about like American empire lasts 250 years and now it's we're coming to the end. It's like great, like Tony Soprano. I get on at the end of it for just the kind of shit show to blow up in our face. I like America. For most of my life, I was like, there were things about this country that I did believe in and that like I actually like identified with. I was proud to like be an American, like, and granted, like, yes, I did grow up in like a media landscape that like glorified that and like white guys were like the heroes, Paul Newman or fucking Robert Redford or whoever. Those were like the people you looked up to, or that was like the idea of like, hey, it's cool to be American. It's like cool to be fucking like a fucking cowboy or like James Dean or something. Like America was a world leader in freedom, and that's not bullshit. It's easy to say that and be cynical about that. And America, it's like, yeah, America has been like, it's compromised. It's not perfect. And I am a white male, so I guess, it has been like good to me. Not really. I haven't had like some great fucking time in my life, really. It's been pretty much a struggle. And those things that like I guess made it great to be an American were like middle class, union benefits, whatever, buying power. The government didn't interfere that much in our lives, really. Freedom of speech, you're not going to get, disappeared or something, really. I mean, granted, there are examples of the CIA or whoever, you know, killing, Huey P. Newton or whatever it is. Like there are examples the other. Like it's not perfect. But there are definitely people in our society that are trying to they've been trying to do this for a long time. They've been trying to take over the government since the 60s. When they saw the hippie movement and they saw what happened on campuses and shit in the 60s, they said, we cannot have this. And that was the beginning of right wing people really taking a serious interest in and working and brainstorming and planning how they were going to do it systematically. Things like the Heritage Foundation, things like the neocons, all of that whole administration, Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, whatever, Reagan, Nixon, Ford, and on and on. George Bush. They don't want hippies. They don't want peace and love. They don't want equality. They want to be in charge and they want to decide who gets the benefits and the perks and who gets to suffer. But I remember seeing that Scorsese documentary about Bob Dylan, and he has that giant fucking American flag behind him when he goes on tour in England. You know, it's just a big fuck you to those people. This giant American flag. And that flag means a lot of fucking things, obviously. And Bob Dylan is sort of a fucking reactionary right wing fuckface. He had a song on that Reagan movie soundtrack with Dennis Quaid. Bob Dylan contributed a song to the Reagan biopic, Don't Fence Me In. So Bob's a neocon, just to piss everybody off. But at that time, when I was a younger man, it did feel there were contradictions, absolutely, and like bad things that America has to like pay for. But there was also a sense that like America was like, I don't know, a profound place and an admirable place. There was dignity. Now there's no dignity. This country has just become so trashy. And Trump is absolutely like the avatar of that. And it's like, it's just disgraceful now. But, I believe in the ideas of America, actually, believe it or not. I think they could be expanded upon and improved upon, and there's definitely a lot of bad shit they did to keep this country in business, but that's life. There's fucking people are always genociding other people. People are always trying to kill other people. Like the United States was just better at it. The white people are just better at it. We won, okay? Race, it's a race. Racism is a race, okay? We're all on different teams. There's the whites, the blacks, the Japs, the chinks. Forgive me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, okay? I'm kidding. It's just a fucking joke. And we won. The white people won. I'm sorry. We are the best, okay? We are the best. That's why we're in charge. Because we fucking won. I'm kidding, obviously. It's weird that it's called race, though. Like it's a big race, and we're all, all of the different, racial categories are different teams, and we're all trying to win. We're all trying to get to that finish line. And the white people won. I'm sorry. We're the fastest. I know we're not the fastest in real life. That would obviously be the blacks. The blacks, they're fast. They love running. I have so many black friends. I love blacks. All of my friends are blacks. They're very fast. They have giant cocks. Their big black cocks are fantastic. I love their big black cocks. See, not every stereotype is bad. Not all racism is bad, okay? They have giant cocks. I mean, they're fucking our white women with their huge cocks. They won that race. These are jokes, people, okay? Fuck it. I'm from the 90s. You could say this shit in the 90s and no one would even bat an eye. Why was I talking about how the white people won? People cannot tell when I'm being sarcastic. Even I'm confused sometimes. When I like clip my videos out and I put them on TikTok, I'm like, somebody who watching this is gonna think I'm serious. Like when I say shit from like Trump's point of view, or like when I'm trying to like elucidate what they're thinking, you can take that stuff out. Like you could take that whole thing out of context and be like, this is what Matt Proctor believes. Matt Proctor believes that white people are the best. Clearly, we're all the fucking same, basically. We were locked into these regionalities for literally like hundreds and thousands of years that created these differences in us, but like, and there's cultural differences and blah, blah, blah. And human beings are kind of weird about that. There's a little bit of a paranoia and, othering. That's just seems to be something that human beings do. It's not necessarily like just white people that are othering. Everybody that sort of encounters a strange foreign tribe or culture has a little bit of like apprehension or, caution or whatever. And Americans generally, it's become like embarrassing or something to be American. Or, it's like you're something you're ashamed of, or like you can't be proud of it, or it's just like everything about. Let's throw out the baby with the bathwater. Throw out the Constitution with the MAGA. But I don't know. I believe in democracy. I believe in equality. I believe in freedom. I won the fucking free speech award. It would be nice if we had some. Be nice if America had some democracy and freedom and what was the other thing I said? What the hell does democracy, freedom, equality? That's right. Be a good idea if America had some of that, and that includes financial equality. It really seems like America should be communist. Really, then the Russians really will have won when America goes full communist. But I don't. That's just not America. America is a free market, or it was. It's a place where it's designed for people to make a lot of money. That's really what America is about. All that other stuff is just going out the window. The Constitution, what all of the principles of America are going to go away, and it's all just about money now. Money rules everything. Money is the deciding factor in everything. Like you either have money or you get crushed. That's it's the wealth inequality has exploded. Like it hasn't been like this. It's worse than the Gilded Age, actually, because these people are not giving anything back. They're just burning all their money on fucking rocket fuel and these fucking vainglorious masturbatory fantasies of going to Mars. And the tech thing just allows them to extend their reach and just enclose all of us. We're all enclosed in it. That didn't exist before. There used to be some autonomy where, like, you could walk down the street and sort of own yourself. It's like that does not exist anymore. We are in the enclosure, like, at all times. It's our phone. Our phone says this is the arena, this is the market, this is the context. And I don't know if we're going to come back. The tech stuff is just not regulated in any way. These megalomaniacal, like, cult leaders, who are the faces of these respective tech companies. It's clear that they want to be in control. They want to control all of us, actually. They think that they are better at it. These guys think that they are going to design, like, a better system, or better for them, I guess. And it's so frustrating seeing these people that are like heralded as like geniuses or like tech wizards, and just like, but Steve Jobs was not good at tech. He was a visionary. These tech people are not visionaries. Sam Altman and Zuckerberg, and they're not visionaries. They think they are. Zuckerberg stole his idea from Winklevoss or whatever. And Sam Altman is just a snake oil salesman. And he's got some really fucking creepy ideas. So you have these people that think that they're like these like visionary, brilliant, like future shaping geniuses, and like everybody, they're gods. Everybody should listen to them because they're so fucking smart. Look how rich they are. Look what they invented. They invented Facebook. You didn't do that. Zuckerberg is Caesar. Augustus Zuck, you know? He's not. He's a fucking pud. He's an opportunistic pud. Somebody should ice that motherfucker. Crossbow that motherfucker. And it just sucks that this has like been the most exciting thing of the last 20 years. It's just all these stupid apps and phones and shit. It's why all the art sucks now, all the music sucks, everything sucks now because everybody's just on their stupid fucking phone all the time. We're in the enclosure. There's no way to get out of it and just have time to yourself to actually like make an idea sort of mature and come to fruition. Everybody just spread so thin, refreshing their stupid Instagram. And so, these guys are autistic nerds who are like good at programming. They're not geniuses, they're just freaks, and they're not visionaries. In fact, they're socially maladjusted. They're not like us. They don't have empathy. They don't have emotions. They're autistic. Like, there's a gap there. There's a thing that they don't have, like, feel. They don't have feelings. That's part of like why people think it's like evolutionary, like superior, because they don't have feelings. It's like, and not to pick on people for being autistic, but it's like they run everything, and they have for all of my adult life. Those are the people that like really took off. And the rest of us just like who wanted to work in the humanities and in the arts, like we're just their slaves. We're their little content slaves that are in the little hamster wheel of live streaming or posting or whatever. but we're the visionaries. You know, I'm the visionary. I could be the fucking Steve Jobs of God. It's just amazing how people tune out on this thing. It's so hard to get people to watch this. I just don't get it. I've been doing this for so long and like nobody watches this. It's crazy to me. I provide so much fucking value. It's like insane. Like what I'm saying is like uh a consolidation of all of these different things, all of these different points of view, and I'm providing things that nobody else is saying or talking about or anything. And yet nobody watches this. It's just I can't believe it. I just don't get it. All of my life has been like this. I have these ideas and people just like look at me like I'm like I don't know what I'm doing. Like I remember when I was in 4th grade, I made this music video for Green Day Dookie. It was this huge thing. Music, Mr. Shaw's class. And my dad bought me this electric guitar. He shipped it from California. That was like one of the, it's a $120 guitar. It wasn't like some expensive guitar. If I know that sounds privileged, but I had like this real electric guitar. I took it to school. It smelled so good. The way a new guitar smells, the guitar case, it kind of smells like, I don't know, nail polish or something, nail polish remover. And taking it to school, all the other kids are like, whoa, wow. It was like a kid guitar, it was like short scale, but it was a real electric guitar. It had one pickup. I did not know how to play really very much at all. I was 9 years old, and I loved Green Day, Dookie album. It's my favorite album. And so everybody was like hyped. They thought this video was going to be like unbelievable, and people often have this like when they meet me, they think like, whoa, what's this guy going to do? Like, wow, I want to see what you're going to do, man. And so, like, this video, I was sort of the direct. I realize now it was like probably my first experience, like, really directing like a big stage production because it just ballooned into this huge fucking thing because I had this guitar and I don't know, just something about the vibe of it. I don't know, just people got really into it and like turned on by it. And all these people wanted to be in the video. This was 1994 or whatever when that album was out. And Mr. Shaw had this big, like camcorder with like fucking VHS tapes. That's what and it was all one take. We filmed it in the music room. And, it ended up just being all these people. This girl, Allison Avishai, who I had a crush on in school, was like, she came up to me. She's like, Matt, she like flirted with me. She's like, "Hey, can we be in your video? We'll be like in the background. We'll be like cheerleaders." I'm like, "Yeah, hell yeah, that's why I'm doing this." This girl I like had a crush on is like wants to be in the video. So like it just became, I directed. I was like, you stand there and you stand there, and there's like a drummer, and I'm like in the front. And we filmed the video and like, everybody's fucking doing their shit, dancing, and I'm like screaming the lyrics, just like now. Literally just like now, right? Just like screaming basket case. Only at that time I was like way off key because I never sang or anything. And so when they showed all the videos in class, and I remember the reaction people had to the video was like kind of like that is not what we thought was going to happen. We had this big production and we thought it was going to be like the greatest music video ever made. And all the students watched it and just thought like these other kids did a video to Dave Matthews Band or something. I think it was a contest. Like there was like 4 groups and they all did videos of different songs. There was like some girls that did, I don't know, some girl song, Mariah Carey or something. And the people that won were like Mark Colburn and all these people were not really artists, but they did like some boy band song. I think it was maybe it was Boys to Men. It was either Boys to Men or it was some fucking boy band thing. And, their video was just like kind of normal. They just kind of like, lip synced and danced and shit. and there was four guys, and so like everybody was like, "Oh yay, that was the best video." And my video was like this. It was like Water World. It was like Heaven's Gate. It was like this huge production. It got super bloated and just like people saw it and they were just like, "Ugh, what the fuck? Why is Matt Proctor screaming louder than the fucking backing track?" And there's all this shit going on in one take and shit. Fast forward to like eighth grade. And the end of the school year in eighth grade, Nikki Foley, who was this girl I went to school with, comes into social studies class and she's got the fucking video from fourth grade. And I think we watched all of the music videos or something, but like the hit of all of the videos was the Green Day video. People loved it. They thought it was fucking hilarious. They're like, holy shit, Matt Proctor's like screaming louder than the fucking thing. What I'm saying is I'm ahead of my time, and it's a curse. A lot of times when I do something, people look at me like, that's not as good as I thought it was going to be. They expect me to go in and be like some virtuoso or something. And like, I'm not. I'm self trained basically in everything. I never had money to train, or maybe that's just an excuse, but I'm just sick my whole fucking life. Acting, whatever it is. People are always telling you, like, oh, you should take lessons, you get training, do you know about this? Do you know about this? It's like, no, because I don't have any fucking money. And like, fuck all of that. Fuck all of your stupid training. You don't need any of that. The Beatles had no fucking musical theory or anything. They were just working class guys who fucking started flapping their wings and they started to fly. But I think John Lennon like needed Paul McCartney to make things palatable for people. I don't think John Lennon would have made it on his own. He's too abrasive and he's not really like he can't really like put things together. Like Paul McCartney could take an idea and do the whole fucking thing himself and make it sound great. That doesn't mean he's better. John Lennon's purpose was to break he there wouldn't have been any Beatles. He broke those guys open. Paul McCartney never would have had the confidence to do what he did. Never. He may have been successful because he's so talented, but it would not have been the same. He would have been like a sentimental, he would not have been as interesting, I don't think. And he is. I mean, I love Paul McCartney's press tour that he's on right now. He was on Chicken Shop Date. Thank God Paul McCartney's still alive out there doing it. That's one of the good things in our world. He said a really smart thing about, when he plays Hey Jude, he's like, I'm in America, and it's like Trump's American, like, they hate each other, but like when I play Hey Jude, like they all sing. It's like, yeah, you're right. But does it change anybody's mind about anything? Like, no. But he's right. It does unify people, and that's important. We should look to that stuff. We should try to find more things like that where we can find things that unify us and bring people over to like the side of goodness rather than like selfishness and like, you know, everything Trump represents crass, mean, disgusting. I don't know. That's just my excuse. You know, I don't have training in anything. I have some talent in a few different things. I use it to the best of my ability, but like, here we are. I'm 40 years old and I'm not a big, rich, famous person. So I must be a failure and I must be just like not good. But I think everybody else is wrong. And they are fucking wrong. They'll see it in 10 years. Thank you for watching, everybody. Have a good night.